turn down the music. Oh my god. How come it kept the full screen but it didn't keep the music volume? What is this? This is this is this is not good. Microphone's not placed correctly. Abba-ba-ba-ba. I wonder if anyone's gonna turn up today. The person who is. Well, we'll see. Let's just get into it, I guess. There's no use in waiting around. This film can go. Why does it look like this side of the screen got cut off? God damn it. Oh. It's like the boyfriend factory in oh. Okay. Yeah. Nah, dude. I am silly. Extra quick. Okay. Left click. Okay. Okay. Monsieur M. Oh, sorry. A new headache to someone and someone from someone. Dear Monsieur M. I very much regret to inform you that we have encountered a new problem. Just as we suspected, that woman is still alive. And the thing we have long been searching for is on her. Me! Kindly let me know how you wish to proceed. Best regards, the chaser. You know, when it's mentioned a chaser, I thought I was talking about like chaser as in like the like the drinking one. Anyway, tonight at 10, I will see you at the same location we always meet. Hey yo. Them in the DMs. Shit. Okay. And initialization complete. Awaiting command. Begin execution. Whoa, bro. 20. Ah! The static. It reminds me of the marble at work. That's crazy. 2086. It is believed that personalities are forged. I thought that said forced through experiences. That when we are first born, we are no different than a ball of clay. As we journey through life, we constantly change, being shaped either by traumatic events or mundanities of everyday life. Even if it's something as trivial as the food you eat, the coffee you buy, or the time you clock into work. I'm always like a minute to maybe 5 minutes late, if that helps define my personality. I don't do it on purpose, I just get lost in the sauce. Those unassuming little things, they alter the paths to our faith without us recognizing it. I hate reading out loud. I'm like, it makes me realize I have an accent and I don't like it. And of course, when a person loses their memories, their origins are gone. Not really. The people in your origins are still there. But there's one thing that always lingers at the back of my mind. I don't know how Kai does it. She just pogs through like reading through stuff. I'm like, what? What would happen if someone gains memories that don't belong to them? Yo, it's him and his stupid fucking haircut. I would love to find out what they become. Hey, yo. He's got a fucking MacBook. Yeah, McDonald's fucking arches looking ass. Beep, 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 beep. My head, it hurts. How long have I been asleep? Being barely able to withstand the pain, I forced myself to sit up. Who am I? What is this pink ass bedroom? Where am I? What I saw was a luxurious bedroom embellished in excellent choices of excellent. Okay. Choices of upholstery with lavish and upscale decor, scorning in the face of modesty. Real. I don't know about excellent choices. Wait, there are faces in the painting. It's a guy holding ice cream. What happened? Who is the one that L had canon is British? Victor. Oh, the pink guy. I struggled to recall anything about how I ended up here. L plus ratio. My phone. Where's my phone? Goddamn these Zoomers and their reliance on phones. I frantically reached into my pockets. But it wasn't there. Shit. What should I do? What on earth happened last night? Yo, how did you get here, bro? How did I end up here? I guess I'll look around first. Maybe something will help me regain my memories. Objective. Determine where you are. Tips. Click on objects to investigate them. You can end your... Okay. Bulk. Pulled open the... Is this a travel guide? Skim through some of the pages. Content consists of meticulously curated articles and photography of local attractions. Collected evidence. Travel guide. What? G4? Just a bed, but feels very comfortable. Everything seemed oddly quiet outside the window. There were only leaves rustling through the rhythm of the breeze. All I could see in the distance was a boundless expanse of mountains blanketed in forests, stretching as far as the eye could see. Collected evidence, the view. I want to keep looking. A string of contemporary artwork on the wall brightened the room, each of them vying for attention. Anything else? No? Okay. Finish investigation. Investigation complete. After making a thorough inspection of the room, I returned to take the travel guide out from the drawer. I quickly flipped through it and found a map included on the very last page. Oh, this is the map that you hate, isn't it? Judging from what I've seen so far, I'm probably in G4. That's what it said on the travel guide. G4 district. The G4 travel guide I have in my hand was likely prepared by the owner of the house for guests staying in this room. If that's the case, I would have to be in the G4 district. Yeah! However, G4 is not a small region. To get a firmer grasp on my predicament, I have to recollect myself and be more specific. Which part of the G4 district could I be then? Probably here? No. Because that kind of looks like mountains. It wouldn't make any sense if I was in the city. All I saw from the window was a vast terrain of forestry, and there wasn't any trace of other buildings in proximity. A place so isolated, quite enough that a pin drop could be heard. Has to be in the suburbs of G4. God damn, these suburbs are rich if the houses are this far apart. G4 suburbs? How did I end up here? I felt myself getting more and more bewildered. Yeah, me too, girl. Suddenly, a succession of footfalls outside my room interrupted my thoughts. Is someone else here? Should I go check it out? Tips. Make sure to save regularly. Okay, I'll save now. Bonk. Right, back. I like this sound. I will leave the room. I'm not waiting here. Shit, my head. Never mind, I don't have a choice. It hurts. But it would be a waste of time for me to stay here. Maybe the person outside knows something. I got out of the bed and made a beeline to the door. What the fuck? It's a weird placement for a bar. The lobby was shrouded. Why is there snow in the bar? Huh? Or is that dust? What the hell, bro? Clean your house. The lobby was shrouded in darkness. All I could faintly discern were the contours of a barroom set up in front of me. It better be a park counter. A possible scenario is that I passed out here after getting drunk. It could be a hangover. Yet, judging from my surroundings, I hardly doubt that a bar is where I'm at right now. To me, this place seems more like someone's residency. Whose house could this possibly be then? I have no clue. Ah! Holy shit, bro, chill. My god. Behind me, I heard the stomping of something approaching at an accelerating tempo, striking my eardrums with heavy percussion that were almost deafening as it continued to grow in strength. And my racing heart began to resonate with it. What is going on? Cautiously, I looked back. What is that? The scene in front of me is an unutterable atrocity. A disfigured face, half sawed off with fresh blood oozing out from its raining pores. I should have put a trigger warning on this, maybe. Hold on a second. Yeah, give me a second though. I need to. Maybe. Oh wait, it's already done that. Never mind. Okay, never mind. It already did it. Apparently, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of jump scares are kind of predictable after a bit. Hold on, I have to fix my freaking hold on. I have to shrink chat. Chat, you have to be small. Well, it's just Eliza. Eliza, you have to be small. Small chat. And this guy. Here. And I'll move over a bit. Right. making small puddles on the floor. Its disproportionate bulged eyes filled with contempt, while every broken capillary and vessel extended across the sclera, emitting disparate discharges. Damn, girl. The only thing that even looked close to human, okay, was its forced, contorted grin. Hey, yo. Live. I wanna live. I backed away quickly and was able to see the full form of this creature. Blood was gushing out from every crevice of it, looking like it could collapse into a pile of limbs with the pull of a string. Waving its claw in the air, it snarled at me with unfathomable anguish and began to approach me. What should I do? Run, bro! There's no way I can fight this thing with my headache. I need to hide. I sprinted back to the bedroom and slammed the door and locked it as fast as I could with my remaining strength. Well, I'm glad I chose the right thing. And then they forced me back into the bedroom anyway. I held my breath firmly as the monster banged on the door, trying to shred it apart, stifling my audible panting. Bro, chill! Is it gone? Am I safe now? I tried to regain my composure in increments, but I'm trapped here now. What should I do? Distress had me overwhelmed. Okay, don't chill. Okay, chill. Ugh, my headache. It's unbearable. I think it would be better for me to rest a bit more. How this is like how D&D rests work. You're like, DM, I feel a little bit eepy. We will go find a semi-safe place and go eep. I'll figure out how to get out of here once I feel better. I laid down, nestled into the velvety bed, and tucked the cute the blanket snug over me. I still don't know who I am. Soon as I was asleep before I realized that they give you QTEs. Holy shit! Huh? What time is it now? Slowly, I opened my eyes. Is it morning? Oh, Jesus Christ! Fucking man jump scare. This is the scariest one they've done so far. Holy shit. Eyes greeted by a figure sitting in the darkness at the edge of my bed, staring at me with his eerie eyes. Wait, why is it blue now? Who are you? And why are you pink? For some reason, he was amused by my uneasiness. Relax, my dear. Okay, I have to fucking practice I have to channel my British. Nah, maybe not. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on, give me a second. He laughed. I was simply demanded by the owner of the mansion to keep an eye on you and make sure you're not causing any trouble. Mansion? I'm in a mansion? Bro, what gave it away? Was it the bar? How did I get here, and who exactly are you? I gave him a wary glance and covered more. Oh, okay. Bruh, did you go to sleep naked? What the fuck is going on? Yeah. Or you're a sim and your god is a bastard. Hold on, I have to move myself up. I just noticed I'm like, wow, I'm dipping under. Alright. Okay.
Huh?
Who am I? With his head tilted, he looked at me, seemingly entertained. My name is Victor Blake, and I am good friends with the owner of this mansion. Victor Blake. Oh!
Victor Blake.
Nani koda? Oh, it's in Chinese. Hahaha. Good friends. Wait, I need to move back. Hold on, give me a second. I calmed down and started to take a closer look at this man. Oh, stop checking him out. What the fuck? He was wearing a... tasteful. I don't know about red, bro. That's pink. He was wearing a tasteful black bow tie and had vibrant, stylish red hair. Sure. But the most striking part about him had to be his unusual eyes and arms. Are those mechanical prosthetics? Well, as for how you ended up here, I am personally quite curious about that as well. So, he has no clue how I got here either? What else should I ask him? Shave Myers Corporation. Goddamn, the save files are owned by the Myers Carp, whatever that is. Carp? Who's the owner of this mansion? You mentioned that you were not the one who owned this place. Who's the owner then?
Huh?
The owner? His name is Vincent Edgeworth. How should I put this? He should be so glad right now that this model can't make a fucking frowny face that well. Hold on, give me a second. Let me switch to my other model. This model cannot hold how much disgust I hold. Yeah. I have to scroll this model all the way in, so give me a second. White people jump scare. Am I too close? Wait, why am I watching my stream trying to figure this out when I could just go on OBS? Alright. Shit. Sorry, I have to. Yeah. Alright, that's off at least. Okay, good. True, it is gay. How should I put this? He is quite an adorable man, yet could be extremely dangerous at the same time. Vincent Edgeworth. Huh. For some reason, his name rang a bell. Have you been watching me sleep this whole time? Indeed I have, my dear. Don't fucking call me my dear. You already have a husband. What the hell is this? In fact, I'm getting quite envious seeing how peacefully you slept. I felt my cheeks warming up despite having... That's called embarrassment. Do not get rizzed by the rizzest British man. Despite having no familiarity with him. What happened to your eyes and arms? Victor went silent for a moment. Well, what can I say? There are things in our lives that won't always go our way, huh? Really? Oh shit. Oh, He shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and my question seemed to be soon forgotten. What was that thing? Did you see that petrifying monster with blood oozing out of its body? A monster? Real. He seemed puzzled. Oh, let me guess. Let me guess? Oh, let me guess. You're talking about those cyborgs, huh? Cyborgs? And there's more than one of them? Don't be so worried, my dear. They're what? Who are you then? They're just Vincent's little pets. Pets? That thing almost had me for dinner. I guess so. I mean, Allie's more like a TV, so I don't know. End the conversation. If Victor doesn't know how I ended up here either, then there's no need for me to keep asking him questions. Well then, I guess it's time for me to take my leave now. I lifted the posh blanket to the side and got out of my bed. Please thank Mr. Edgeworth on my behalf for providing me with such a nice room. I started to make my way towards the door. May I ask where you are heading to, my dear? Victor looked at me with curiosity. Do not stop doing that. Where? I'm heading back to... I felt my hand tighten on the door handle like a vice. I struggled to come up with a response. Where am I going? Where is my home? I realized that I had not simply forgotten what happened last night. I had lost all my memories. Sag. Vincent. The Secret of Myers. No name, no cash, no ID. I'm not even in a position to be a vagabond. Stop! Stop! Oh, darling, please don't be so distressed. You have to realize losing your memories could also be a blessing. Countless people are imprisoned by their own memories. They try their best to let go, yet cling to them at the same time. But you, on the other hand, are given a second chance. Isn't that wonderful? I'll be honest, even I am getting a bit jealous. Why am I giving him so much riz? He doesn't need it. Nor should he have it. I see where his point is coming from, but seriously, what could be worse than being homeless? Victor! How many times do I have to tell you? Quit smoking in my mansion. Well, speak of the devil. If it isn't my dear friend Vincent. Oh my god, holy shit. I stole this guy's outfit. Vincent, so he's the owner of this mansion. Madam, is this please, just have him arrested by the fashion police. For me. You too, you should go with him. Madam, if this perverted man has caused you any trouble, I could call the police and have him arrested right away. I think I'm good. Thank you, though. Are those two really friends? Vincent, may I ask if you're the owner of this mansion?
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha, what the fuck? Indeed I am, he smiled. My apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Vincent Edgeworth, and I am the owner of this mansion.
Vincent Edgeworth.
Why is it like always a flashbang when they introduce the character? And why is this house so dusty? May I have your name, madam? And the reason for your visit? The reason for my visit? So I was the one who came here to begin with. I wasn't sure how to respond. It is a shame, Vincent. It appears that our guest, has lost all her memories. Victor came to my rescue. Is that so? How interesting. If that's the case, shall we decide on a new name for you then, madam? I have a name, bitch. I guess he's right. A temporary name would be better than nothing. Well then, what should my name be? That's the max. Then let me type some more. Was Bay the main character? Maybe I should name myself Alec Leaf or something. Bear Leaf? Okay. Yeah. I have to fix my parameters. This model is smiling too much and I don't like that. Let me frown, bitch! My dick? No way. Okay. I look a lot more upset now. Alright, let's fucking go. Oh, really? Alec. Let me in! Yes, that's my name. Alec. Please call me Alec. That's my name.
Amazing.
Alec. Very good. It is my pleasure to meet you, Alec. I got lost in the sauce since both of their names start with V. I can't tell the difference anymore. Send help. You seem a bit distressed, and I'm assuming you have many questions in your mind right now. Is there anything I can try to help you with? Vincent might know something valuable that will reopen my memory banks. Your what banks? Yeah, true. Give me money. What should I ask him? How did I get here? Mr. Edgeworth. Please tell me, how did I end up here?
Ha ha ha.
How did you end up here? I have forgot to inform you that I don't know either. You have no CCTV? Bro, how is this mansion intact? I know it's out in like the fucking forest, but like, girl, you need to have some security. Right. I accidentally opened my screenshot. Tool. Fuck. The truth is, my butler was the one who heard peculiar knocking sounds on the door last night. Him! It's that guy! That guy I got on the quiz! Really? He's good? Okay. I trust you for now. Oh. When he went to... Yeah, this could only be funnier if it was the Family Guy death pose. He saw you face down on the stairs, unconscious. Since we knew nothing about you or the reason you were here, we decided to place you in the guest room for the time being. Vincent's words sent me deep into thoughts. Why on earth would I come to his mansion? What was that monster? Earlier today, I saw some sort of creature I've never seen before. Something that seemed half human, half robotic? What exactly was that? Why do they both call me my dear? What the fuck? Bro, you're married. Fuck off. Oh, my dear Alec. It appears that you have already met one of my friends. But promise me, would you? Do refrain from feeding them if it isn't their mealtime yet. I guess I would be a fitting appetizer for them, am I not? Did I bring anything with me? Speaking of that, we did find this in your pocket. He handed me a business card. Oh. The card was mostly unrecognizable. Except for the huge... Guys, not gonna lie to you. Maybe there is a bad sign about the Myers Corporation. Might just be me though. Myers Corporation. I pondered where I've heard of this name. Why would I own a business card of someone working there? What is Myers Corporation? I looked up and asked. Hold on. I have to move something. Because I fell. Wait. Is this better? Okay. Hold on. We're troubleshooting. Actually, that's better. Alright, let's go. Myers Corporation is a world-famous mechanical engineering corporation based in the G4 district. It is also the first company that was able to develop highly flexible mechanical prosthetics. But unfortunately, this company was forced to declare bankruptcy due to a horrific incident that took place 5 years ago. A horrific incident? The G4 cyborg incident. Vincent seemed displeased at even the mention of it. The G4 cyborg incident? What happened? Both the gay boys fell silent for a moment, as if they were debating if I should even carry the knowledge of this event. In January 2018. Oh, sorry, this is the British one. In January 2018, a notable number of citizens mysteriously went missing in a single week. Victor finally started to speak again. They disappeared without any sign, as if they had evaporated into thin air. No wills, no corpses, no bloodstains, not a single trace. But there was one thing those people had in common. They were all last spotted near the G4 district. Who would have enough power to make hundreds of citizens disappear in a single week? Naturally, the police suspected Myers Corporation, a mega international monopoly located in the G4 district. Nonetheless, Myers Corporation refused to admit that they had any involvement in this matter. After a year-long investigation, the police accidentally discovered a secret chamber located in the basement of the corporation. Inside the chamber, oh my god, a cat boy! Or girl, I don't actually know. There was a group of cyborgs. Cyborg? Isn't that the thing I saw before? It would be natural for you to assume those cyborgs were the missing citizens. But the truth was more gruesome than that. OMG, a unicorn! The truth was those missing citizens were used as cattle feed for the cyborgs. As for where the cyborgs themselves originally came from, nobody was really sure. Even in the light of this discovery, Maya's corporation still firmly denied the fact that they had ever granted permission for such an inhumane experiment. With help from an attorney, I think maybe I know who the attorney is. Him and his stupid hair. One innocent employee was convicted. He was sentenced to life without parole, yet the company itself was free of any charges. However, that was not the end of the story. 2 months later, the attorney suffered serious injuries from a vehicle accident and was one step away from getting killed. Within the same year, all core members of Maya's corporation were found brutally murdered. This is so hard to keep up. I don't know how British people talk. The perpetrator behind these horrific acts was never found. To this day, people still mysteriously vanish in the G4 district. Rumor says that the spirits of the victims from the experiment are still wandering the streets, taking the lives of those unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. Not really, actually. I could disagree. I was not expecting such a chilling urban legend from the G4 district. Victor, may I ask how you knew all of this? Vincent, why are you in angst? The answer to that is simple, Victor laughed. Both Vincent and I are former employees of Maya's corporation. Victor, I must say I'm quite impressed by how much you have committed the story to memory. He glanced at the clock at the wall and seemed to be a bit troubled by the time. Well, story time's over. I shall take my leave now. Vincent, join me for a drink at the pub tomorrow night, won't you? And it was a pleasure to meet you, my dear. He is. I wonder how that'll go. And Victor left the mansion. After that, Vincent helped me settle into the guest room. Hey yo, my new father figure. I thanked him, then returned to my room to get some rest for the night. I want to meet the butler. He looks cute. Oh god, there's dust in my room. Shit, he didn't clean my room. It was around midnight when I was quietly lying on my bed with my mind racing. I kept thinking about what Victor told me. The missing G4 citizens, the cyborgs in the basement, and the mysterious Myers Corporation. I took the card out of my pocket and scrutinized it under the moonlight. Why was this all I brought with me to Vincent's mansion? What exactly do I have to do with Myers Corporation? There's only one place I should go to find out. That is the Myers Corporation itself. I guess. How the fuck did I get here? Objective, enter Myers Corporation. Tips, click on arrows to move around. Any items you collect will be shown on the top left corner. You can speed up scene transitions by double clicking. Okay. Alright. Chief. Back. Bonk. Looks like the main gate is locked shut. I'll have to find a different way to get in. Oh, ah! What was that? What the fuck was that? Located in the G4 district, Myers Corporation is an innovative company and research institute specializing in the application of mechanical prosthetics. The founder, Mr. Myers, believes that the reason why humans have become Earth's dominant species is because we were given the ability to innovate. And the application of such ability should be used not only in tool making but also in amplification of mankind's advantages. Therefore, Myers Corporation is committed to redefining the bounds between machinery and human body. And a large number of Myers employees have undergone some degree of modification. As a result, they exemplify excellent working abilities and are for this reason more competent than most ordinary people. Sure, bud. I want to see what went this way. Myers murder. That's what the graffiti says. Yeah, it sure does. Looks like there isn't a back gate either. Ah! Wait a second. Sorry if I fucking broke your ears. Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry about that. I was busy when we were working. Didn't see you there. Is work? Work? Yeah. Work? What kind of work? Oh, I'm a janitor, if that wasn't apparent. Dagan is Dagan Isaac Noel. You know what? I'm not gonna bother. You can just call me Dino. Huh? My job is to keep this place absolutely spotless, not leaving even one trace of dust. Can you do that to Vincent's mansion? This guy's outstandingly suspicious. Who do you work for? Who do I work for? Oh, no. You see, I call cleaning my job, but it's actually just my hobby. It's like I'm self-employed. Yeah. Is there anything else I should ask him? What do you have to do with the Myers Corporation? Myers Corporation? Nothing, really. I'm just a janitor. Good catch, miss. In fact, I am Myers' #1 fan. His graceful and elegant and the conversation. You know, come to think of it, Myers Corporation is pretty amazing. Even though it's been abandoned for over 5 years, you can still find new garbage here every day. Huh? New garbage? What do you mean? You know, all kinds of garbage. Sometimes you find cyborg corpses, other times you find new graffiti or posters. Just all kinds of weird stuff. Dino. Dino's response only produced more questions in my head. Abandoned for over 5 years, yet still having new things show up every day. There is only one explanation for that. That is, Myers Corporation is not entirely abandoned. To know for sure, I need to find a way to get in. Do you know if there's a way to get into Myers Corporation? About that. From what I've heard, Myers Corporation has a secret employee passageway. Maybe something around here can reveal the entrance. I wonder. But that's all I know. A secret employee passageway. Objective: investigate alternative employee passageway. Is this a keypad? Isn't that good? Alright. Hey, Dino. Okay. Oh, wait. Where's my piece of paper? I should have been prepared. Pen. Got it. U equals 9. E equals 5. Where's my... M equals 7. R equals 2. D equals 1. Unless those are all minuses and they're trying to get me to do algebra. Oh. I have a bad feeling about this. Save. I don't know if I want to get any closer to that. Why? Why not? Oh, this is the... Oh, okay, so it goes in a circle. I want to see if there's anything else I can pick up. It said I could pick up stuff. I wanna. Or is this it? From what I've heard. I know, but chill. Don't give me don't give me clues. Stop. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bonk. Is murder a 7-letter word? No, it's not. It's 8. Wait. Yeah, it's 8. Unless I counted wrong. Umered. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I counted wrong. Alright, let's get started. Let's see if I know how to spell. 7, 9, 2, 1, 5, 2, 5, 2. Let's try that. Access granted. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, looks like you've successfully opened the secret passageway. Right. But where exactly is it? Umered. Why not? Get closer, baby. Lip bites. Right. Huh? Alright, let's see. After entering, what I saw was another gate shut tight in front of me. Well, I guess there's a second barrier. What's this? Is this some kind of iris scanner? Sure enough, looks like I have to find another way to circumvent it. Well, there's a guy outside. Movers. Hey Dino, you wanna come with? This is a smart way of handling NPCs, though. Yes. My eyeball now. What? Fog. What just came over me? What was that chamber I saw? Collected item. The cyborg's eyeball. Left click to choose the... Okay, alright. She's staring at me. I feel uncomfortable. Hey, man. An iris scanner. Hey, Dino, you wanna try to see if you work here? Oh, wait. That did not sound like it took a screenshot. It sounded like it shot the eyeball. Yeah. Investigation complete. Successfully entered the secret passageway. Oh. Good evening, my dear Monsieur M. Is there anything I can do for you? 1 minute. You're 1 minute late. My most sincere apologies, my dear Monsieur M. Wait! I recognize this speech pattern. I heard that you had something important to tell me. Is that true? Yes, sir. I have good news and bad news. Oh? The good news is, according to a reliable source, she has awakened. I don't know how to do French accent, so you're just gonna have to deal with this. But the bad news is, she doesn't seem to remember who she is. I am still not sure who this one is, so we're just gonna go with a, chill. That is quite unexpected. Well, what's your plan then, my dear Monsieur M? Hello! Hello, Zoob! We're playing Eliza's favorite game. A plan? I don't have one. All we need to do is sit here and wait for her arrival. Chapter 1, the end. Eliza, I did the prologue. I'm gonna go get water. Give me a second. If anyone comes in, tell them I'm getting water. forgot to mute, huh? Alright, give me a sec. I want to pee as well. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I'm in a I'm in a tunnel. The first thing that caught my eyes as I entered Myers Corporation through the secret entrance was a dark and narrow passage. Zub, you missed the gay people at the start. I couldn't see the end of the passage. The only thing that allowed me to make out the outline of my surroundings was the small amount of sunlight coming in from the outside. Gay people. They were like husbands. They took me into their house, you know. What's waiting for me at the other end of the passage? I don't know. At that moment, I didn't feel fear. Only doubt filled my heart. Ah! My mind kept going back to the secret chamber I saw when I took off the eyeball, and the cyborg that kept approaching me. What on earth was that? Was it an illusion, or was it just my imagination? And yet, everything seemed so real. We'll see them again, maybe. At that moment, it was as if I was really in that secret chamber. The repression, fear, and despair I felt. That kind of intense feeling that I couldn't find words to describe. Oh shit, sorry, my bad. There are many ways to explain what I saw. Waking up to find yourself in a mysterious mansion, having lost all your memories, and the first thing to greet you is a broken cyborg. No matter who you are, you'd start making some strange assumptions. This must be the result of me being overstressed, I said to myself. But deep in my mind, there seemed to be another voice whispering to me. Everything you saw really did happen. Objective: enter the Myers lobby. Bonk. Hey yo, I got some nice ass heals though. Pog? Oh, there's blood. Not good. A puddle of blood. To be honest, this is not what I wanted to see. But I'm starting to get used to it. Now that's just Victor's hair dye. He clearly spilled most of it, that's why he's pink. From the shape of the blood spatter. It looks like a body has been dragged deeper into the tunnel after someone was killed. I squatted down and... Bro! Not only is that unhygienic, what the hell? Carefully dipped my fingertips into it. So I being the character that I'm playing, woke up in a trans-coded bedroom, and I left my bedroom, and I was like, yo, maybe let's find out what this house I'm in is about. I got chased down by a robot, and then I went back to my room, I slept, and I woke up, and there was a British pink man staring at me, and he said his dear friend owned the mansion, and then I met the guy that owned the mansion, and they were like, here's a really funny urban tale. It's not funny, it's about this place that we're exploring now, because the only thing I came in, they found me with was a business card from this company that got shut down 5 years ago. And now I'm here because I need to find out about my past because I have no memories. Yeah. Is that a good summary, or was I just like blah, 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 blah. Right. No hallucinations. Nothing happened this time. But I rub. Girl, stop. Yeah, yeah, it's the dear friends. I rubbed my fingertips with my thumb. This bottle of blood, it's not completely dried up. In other words, I may not be the only uninvited guest here. I need to be careful. Yeah, and lies are right for them sometimes. I would jump scare. Huh? Who is that? You're cordially invited. Is this an invitation? Oh god, who got this man to write this invitation? What the fuck? The bottom half of the invitation has been burned, so I can't see what came after. But on the invitation, someone has written a small paragraph with a pen that looks like it has been added afterwards. Do you like parties? Enjoying good food and drink, strengthening relationships. The fact that there is a party proves that it is a day to be celebrated. But unfortunately, happiness and disaster are not absolute. They are interdependent and can be transformed into each other. In what looks like a charming backyard, hidden beneath the lawn, can be ugly, wriggling insects. And what may seem like a good time to you may be a shadow that lingers for the rest of his life. What? The blood trail ends here. But strangely enough, there's no corpse to be seen anywhere. Let's keep walking. What? The day the nightmare began. Um. What? Anybody here? I called out into the passage. Girl, why are you inviting death? For a moment, I thought I heard a low, vague reply. But it was just a distorted echo of my own voice. Strangely enough, the figure I had just seen that is now inexplicably gone. And there's an even trickier problem at hand. If I want to access the lobby, I'll need to enter a 4-digit code. Well, in this case, I started thinking. Bro, stop breaking the light bulbs! Just then, a screeching noise came from behind me and interrupted my thoughts. What was that noise? No. A coded door. I need to enter a 4-digit code. I don't know what the code is yet. Why? Why do we have to go back? I already know! Oh my god. A hand. Is this some kind of toy? I don't quite understand, but it looks like an arm. With arms. But more importantly, I'm pretty sure this thing wasn't here before. That strange noise from earlier could have been the sound of it falling. Who is following me here, and what do they want? Can I pick him up? I want him. Yes. A blood-stained arm with arms. Looks like some sort of toy. The blood on the toy is not completely dried, which makes me wonder if it's from the same person as the blood on the floor. Maybe I should pick it up and take a closer look. Okay, stop having a headache. Pick him up. He looks like he wants uppies. Give him the uppies. Give him uppies. Stop having flashbacks. Give him uppies. Myers Corporation. That's the goal of everyone at G4. A place to make dreams come true and parents proud. At least, that's what I thought. I will never forget the day I came to Myers. My excitement and exhilaration inevitably mixed up with nervousness. Because to me, It was the reward for my years of dedication and hard work. I think every single elite in Myers can relate to that. But who would have thought that com- that behind this company that so many G4 residents longed for, there was only filth, sin, and blood that will never dry up. Who am I? I'm no longer human. At this time, I can't even remember my own name. Every day now, I can only wander aimlessly around Myers. What am I struggling to find? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I only wish someone could put me out of my misery. Oh, the misery. What is this? Where have I arrived at? Hey, yo. Whew. Who the fuck is John? Okay, John, calm down. It's just a job. I just need to smile and politely introduce myself to everyone. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Nice to meet you. My name is John. Wouldn't this seem a bit too emotional? Start over. 3, 2, 1. Nice to meet. Oh, are you John, the new guy? Oh, fuck, it's the British man. Okay, let me say it again. Oh, are you John, the new guy? Welcome to Myers. In case you don't know, I'm the Chief Investment Officer, Victor Blake. Ah, nice to meet you, Mr. Blake. Haha. No need to be so formal. Just call me Victor. Or whatever. Looks like you've done all the paperwork to get started. Otherwise you wouldn't even know where your desk is. Yes, I've done it all. John is giving NPCs the Charlie Slonkakil makes in his D&D campaigns. Very good. Have you finished the online courses for the G4 district as well? And Victor gives off grizzly NPCs, the ones that Riz. Online courses? Hmm? Could it be that this is your first job? Yes, actually, I've just graduated from college. Oh, is that so? Your parents must be very proud of you being able to work in Myers right out of college. But even so, you have to complete the G4 online course. It is mandatory for every employee on the job. Don't worry, it's just trying to teach you etiquette and how to behave properly. You know, don't get physical with your co-workers and things like that. Shh. Let me tell you, I've never really paid attention to their lectures either. Oh, really? That's not too good to hear, Director Blake. Here's the gay people, Zoob! In fact, I believe you're the one who needs these courses the most in the company, Director. Need to remind you of your great feat last night when you vomited all over the lavatory of my residence. I must say your etiquette and behavior are quite impressive, Mr. Blake. Oh, my dear Vincent, what brings you to the investment department? I just happened to be passing by. It seems that Mr. Myers wants to discuss some important matters with me. I know, right? On the way to your boss, too? Like, what the heck? So, who is this? Myers' newest employee, John. As of today, John is a member of the investment department. Hello! John, is it? Nice to meet you. I am Vincent Edgeworth. You have my sympathies for being assigned to this man's department. If he ever treats you badly, you are welcome to transfer to the legal department anytime. What is this? What is this weird tension they have? Hello, Al! Do you... You! We are located on the other side of the company. He went out of his way to visit him on the other side of the company. Oh my god. Yeah, on your green screen? Yeah. Okay, understood. Oh, sorry. Congratulations on your success in helping Myers out, Vincent. Victor, that was already 2 months ago. So you're the famous lawyer who defended Myers in the G4 cyborg incident? I heard your performance in the courtroom was incredible.
Ha ha ha.
I'm very flattered, John. It was indeed me who defended Myers. But I wouldn't consider myself famous. Vincent has had his hands full with this for a while. Good thing he can finally relax now. I'm just saying that too soon, Victor. Anyways, I must get going. I can't keep Mr. Myers waiting. It was my pleasure to meet you, John. Welcome to Myers. Am I John? What an awful name. You are lucky to meet Vincent on your first day. Even I don't see him very often at work. 'Cause you see him at his house. That guy's attitude towards others has improved a lot since college, but he hasn't changed a bit towards me. Since college? Were you and Mr. Edgeworth college classmates? Not only that, they were also roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates? Huh? Although he seems very gentle now, he was quite aloof to everyone back then. His pretty face may have won the hearts of many girls, but his cold and arrogant attitude did offend many classmates as well. Well, it's only 2 for me, so I'll scream later. However, what does remain unchanged is his perseverance and determination. When Vincent was in college, he had only one goal, and that was to get his dream job at Myers. Then, he was just as busy as he is now. Always working late into the night to achieve his goals. Why are you, a man, waxing poetics about another man's work ethics in front of your new employee? Huh? Excuse me? But as you can see, hard work does pay off. He is now the chief legal officer at Myers. Alright, John, I think it is time. It's time to give you some personal space to finish those tedious courses. If you have any questions about the company, please come by my desk. I hope you enjoy your time in Myers. I'll see you later. It's not an OSHA violation. I'm just a bit concerned that there may be workplace relationships going on. It's not illegal, just a concern. Mr. Blake feels like a very easygoing boss. But what's his mechanical prosthesis all about? What is he being through? And Mr. Edgeworth too. What Mr. Blake said made me want to know more about him as well. John, do you want to join their relationship? Anyways, this is not the time to think about that. What? Speaking of which, I haven't even checked out my desk. It's time to see what's around here. It was 2 months ago. What's 2 months ago? A calendar. February 2081. Huh? Oh. This is the max? Oh, it's Vincent's birthday on the 20th. Holidays in April. February 26th. Is it the right date, John? John, is it the right date? John, is it what's the date, John? The mascot of Meyer-chan. While many people are not fond of its look, it's rumored that Mr. Myers designed it himself, so no one dares to say anything. Girl, no. No. Meyer-chan, why are you sad? Just as before, I seem to be seeing memories from the past that do not belong to me. What on earth is going on here? Tips: by interacting with certain items, you can trigger events from the past. You can use this ability to help you solve the puzzle you're facing right now. Right. A computer, I need to use it to finish my work. Oh my god, he's on Discord! Huh? What's this? Looks like the last employee sitting here forgot to quit his group chat account. Member 1. Hey, have you heard? Winston Loomis was the one behind G4 Cyborg incident. He got a life sentence. Winston? You mean the one who always wears shades, doesn't say a word, and has a bit of a hunchback? Me when I have to go outside. That's so unexpected. It's true that he doesn't really have any friends, but he doesn't seem like a bad person either. I disagree. This guy has always seemed kind of sus. I feel uncomfortable every time I see him. Is Winston really the mastermind of the G4 Cyborg incident? Something doesn't add up. Huh? What do you mean? How should I put this? This guy doesn't really seem like the type that could drag that many people into the basement to experiment on them. Maybe he had helpers, who knows? That's not what I'm saying. You see, this guy doesn't speak much and hardly has any friends at Myers. In that case, wouldn't he be the best person to pin everything on? Hey, what the hell are you thinking? You'll be targeted by the company for saying that. Huh? This is just a random thought, haha. Anyways, let's change the subject to something more uplifting. I heard that if everything goes well, the company will host a party after all of this. I'm sure it'll go well. After all, we have Vincent. Party? When? Well, I think on a Thursday 2 months from now. I don't remember the exact date. Thursday? Damn it, I work overtime every Thursday night. Haha, I know when the party is, but I can't go either, because I will be on a vacation at that time. Vacation? That sounds nice. I'm pretty excited about it too, but I haven't been in touch with my parents for a long time. However, I'm dreading at the thought of getting close to Victor at the party. Yeah. You bastard. Huh. Speaking of that, I did hear Myers is having a party in a few days. This is strange. If the employee sitting here is just on vacation, why would the company let me take over his desk? So it is April, 2 months ago. So it is the 26th. Okay, good to know. Meyer-chan. Little post-it note. There are 2 pieces of candy next to it. To John, welcome to Myers Corporation. To celebrate your joining, we have a very special gift for you. That is the figurine of Myers Corporation's mascot, Meyer-chan. Very lovely, isn't it? Haha. Anyways, we hope you'll enjoy your time at Myers Corporation. Myers Investment Department 2081.4. Meyer-chan. Alright. Okay, goodbye, Sag Meyer-chan. I got my... Hey, listen. Meyer-chan is cute. He's just a bit Sag. Alright, let me save then. Oop, I'm in the wrong one. Let me return. Fuck. Is this American based or like normal? We'll find out. Nope. Or is it the year? Oh, but it says the day. So it's American. Fuck me. Wait, that's right then. 0226? Or is it 17? Huh? Okay, so that's not the right one. It was definitely April, so... Really? Messed up. Let's try Vincent's birthday. Oh. Alright, I'll just keep going. Okay, that's not possible. Wait, was this Thursday? Give me a second. I know. Give me a second. Wouldn't it still be in 17? Is it really not 26? Let's try 16 then. 16 or 13. Meyer-chan. No. 13? Eliza, what is it? Is it February? It's February, right? Why? Why is it April? Did the nightmare begin? Did the nightmare did not begin? Okay. Alright, I don't get it, but okay. Wait, why is it April? It talks all about 2 months ago. Why is it April? Is it... Okay. Access granted. It worked. OMG, I'm back. Hey, did you see Victor's face today? I did. It was really scary. I know, right? What happened? Why is he being so strange today? Don't you know? Vincent was in a pretty serious car accident last night on his way to the party. He's still in critical condition. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, John, is it? Hello. Please excuse my surprise visit. I just want to come by and say hi. Are you free after work today? Would you mind... I just propped my chin against my crossed hands. First of all, a bit of an inappropriate sentence. Is this the big boss? Why are you, the boss, asking your regular employee if he's free after work today to go to the basement? Um, excuse me? Huh? Girl, John, I don't know how you did it, but you got the attention of three powerful men. Are you a harem protagonist? And you are? Oh, this old brain of mine, how could I forget to introduce myself? Nice to meet you, my friend. You can call me Monsieur M. Monsieur my balls, bro. Investigation complete. Successfully entered the Myers lobby. Stop walking. What? Hold on. Hold on a damn minute. Is it? Don't call me lady, first of all. Um, with all due respect, napping here is not the most sensible choice. Hmm. Damn, I need glasses. Stat. Wait, let me see. Let me see if I have glasses. That's my background. Where's my items? Glass. I only have sunglasses. Never mind. Moving on. uh, what happened? Why his face? Listen. Okay, give me a second. Give me a fucking second. Hold on. Alright, I was okay with the smile. The eyebrows threw me off so bad. He shoved some glasses into her face. Could they? Yeah, I need it. I'm not in the Discord call right now, so I can't do it. I can wait. I can wiggle him. Let's go. Let's go. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wait, this is so funny. Here he goes. I heard you're a very good boy. Hey. Listen, they'll call him evil. He's a good boy. Oh, I can't. I don't like calling myself. Shut up. No, don't call him evil. He's just a little guy. I don't even know who he is yet. I don't like calling myself with what is it? Nicknames, pleasantries, whatever. So that's why I'm just doing this. Good boy. Good evening, my dear. I don't think so. I didn't see Bay awake. Let me see. I don't think so. If Bay's available, usually she's always. Sorry. Like, did I just burp? What the fuck? If Bay is awake, I think she's usually gaming, so I don't know. It is an incredible chance of fate for us to meet each other in such a desolate place, don't you think? What appeared in front of me was a dark-haired young man who was dressed formally and elegantly. He looked very similar to Vincent in appearance, but much younger. Would you mind telling me who you are? It seems inevitable, doesn't it? Only in youth those coincidences seem the same as fate. Later, we know the real course of our lives is decided within us. You don't look so old yourself. I am Mr. Edgeworth's butler. You may call me Draco. Draco Malfoy.
Draco.
Draco. Vincent's butler. So you're the one who saved me? You are also the one I saw earlier in the passageway, weren't you? What are you doing in Myers? It does not matter. What matters is what you're looking for, isn't it? What I'm looking for? The truth. You're searching for the truth. Mr. Edgeworth's past, Mr. Blake's incident, the secret of Myers. You are curious about all of this. But lady, have you ever heard of such a phrase? Curiosity about bad things is a curable disease that arises from impure thoughts. Vincent, the secret of Myers. Draco, what exactly do you know? I'm just a butler with little knowledge. I don't know much about the past of Myers Corporation. The truth is, I just can't bear to see such a lovely lady perish in this abandoned facility. Of course, I have my own reason to be here, but at the same time, I want to stop your impulsiveness. It is best you go back the way you came. You don't belong here, and you don't deserve to be here. What the fuck, bro? I decide where I want to go. Thank you for your kindness, Draco. But I've made my decision about it. You're right. I'm indeed curious about Myers Corporation. What I care more about is finding my lost self. Yeah. My name, my home, my family. I want to get it all back. I don't know why you're here, but I hope you can find what you're looking for as well. Now, if you would excuse me.
Huh?
How stupid. Excuse me? Not that I'm not into that, but excuse me? Anyone who studies the history of human catastrophes can be sure that ignorance is the main source of human adversities. Your seemingly commendable courage is nothing more than ignorance wrapped up in a pretty package. You have absolutely no clue what you're about to face. Do you really believe that you can face up to all the dangers that are coming your way? I know, right? Do you really believe that you can accept the truth that will be revealed? Are your memories really more precious than your life? Please forgive me for my bluntness, my lady. But you will soon be embraced by death even before the truth befalls. It's okay. I already embraced death last week. No, I can't do this. Maybe Victor was right. Losing my memories could be a second chance. What was I like before? Who knows? Maybe the loss of memory was intentional on my part. Maybe everything. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe everything right now is what I longed for. But I'm sorry, Draco. I don't care much about that. The old me can make her own decisions, but the new me, and only the new me, makes all the decisions now. And what I do know is, I don't feel complete without my memories right now. I will not give up until I find out the truth. My lady, you are so determined. It seems that there's nothing I can do about it. If that's the case, why don't we play a little game? Oh, I love games. A game? You came to Myers to investigate its past and your connection with it, didn't you? Then show me what you have learned. If you can answer my questions correctly, why is there a trivia? Then I will allow you to continue your investigation here. However, if you fail, then I will end your life here with my own hands. I'm into that, so let's fucking go. Let's go. Warning, you will be able to give 2 incorrect answers to all of Draco's questions. Answering incorrectly more than twice or exceeding time limit will immediately lead to death. Give me a second. Let me turn the game audio up in OBS. Saving would be a great idea now. I'll overwrite this one. Yes. Okay. Question 1. In the world of peace, there is nothing to be desired but the most admired works. In the world of peace, there is nothing to be respected. Okay. In order to make no exception to this. Human beings stand out among all these. Mr. Myers. Wait. No! I'm about to cheat. Alright, let's go. Wait, what? That's such a shit. Design, create, enhance. Myers Corporation. Mr. Myers. I didn't read this anywhere. Where was it? Question 2. Oh shit. He's gonna krill me. Riverson Madison. Okay. This one. Oh my god, it's your boy! I would have picked him if I could have. Hobble, hobble. How many questions does he have? Okay. Investment department or legal department. Ah. Pom, pom, pom. I don't. How would I have found the answer for the first one? I didn't see anything about that. Unless I already forgot, in which case, yeah. Well done, my lady. You did not disappoint me. Draco, you do a horrible job of cleaning up the place of wherever you go. The mansion is in disarray. There is dust everywhere. There is also dust in this lobby. How did you do this? How long have you been here? Draco, I've answered all your questions. It's time to live up to the promise and let me go. As you wish. In fact, I had no intent. Boring. I had no intention of hurting you to begin with. What about your threat of ending your life here with my own hands? Exactly. I just thought it would make the game more interesting that way, that's all. These guys are each weirder than the next. But Mr. Butler, I do have some questions for you as well. I'm just a butler with little knowledge. I don't know much about the past of Myers Corporation. If I remember correctly, you said that, didn't you? Indeed, I did. Huh? What? I was gonna what? I didn't do anything. Are there any problems? You have proved that this is just a big lie. Wait. Huh? Was gonna want me, huh? Eliza? What are you hiding, and why on earth are you here? I'm not letting you step out of here until I get an answer. Or a kiss. Okay. You just can't win with this lady. But it won't hurt to tell you. The truth is, Mr. Edgeworth had a lot of hassles with the Myers Corporation. Hassles? Do you mean the car accident? My lady, you are very clever. Shut up. I think you've already guessed. The car accident was not actually an accident. It was carefully planned by Myers Corporation. That explains Vincent's gloomy face when he heard about the G4 cyborg incident. It also sounds completely in line with Myers' style. But why did Myers try to kill Vincent? I don't understand. What did Vincent do? Didn't he get Myers Corporation off the hook for the G4 cyborg incident? The reason is simple. Because he knew the truth about the G4 cyborg incident. Although Mr. Edgeworth was a lawyer at Myers Corporation, to the core members he was just a pawn and another outsider. When the pawns have outlived their usefulness, they are discarded. And the fastest, most effective way to deal with unnecessary outsiders who know something they shouldn't is also to make them disappear from the world. Therefore, the company took the opportunity of holding a party to kill my master with a premeditated car accident. It's true, Bay is correct. However, they never expected that Mr. Edgeworth would survive. Although the company failed in their plan, they did not stop there. Since then, Mr. Edgeworth has received constant threats and harassment from Myers Corporation. Harassment? Even after the bankruptcy? Yes. There are signs that Myers Corporation has become a secret underground organization after the G4 cyborg incident. Listen, he's just a little guy. But to me, that doesn't make much difference. The old Myers Corporation was just a terrorist organization hiding under the banner of scientific research. So what you're saying is, those still using the abandoned side of Myers Corporation as Myers itself? That is why I'm here. It is the answer I am searching for. Wait a minute. If Vincent's car accident was the work of Myers, how do you explain the death of all the core members? Someone else must have been responsible for that, but I don't know who. So basically, after Myers attempted to murder Vincent, there was a different perpetrator who assassinated all the core members of Myers Corporation? I wonder. I can think of two people. So, one last question. Do you know how I'm involved in all of this? Oh, at that moment, Draco's smile disappeared. No, come back. Sorry, Alec, I don't know. For some reason, his tone is much heavier than before. And the sudden drop of formality also left me lost for words. That's what you're here for, isn't it? I'm sure you'll find the answer. Draco regained his smile, as if he suddenly became aware that he was being out of character. But this time, the smile was a bit different. It reminded me of someone else. I need your help, Draco. If the two of us work together to investigate, we will soon find out the truth. Partner with me. I'm really flattered. So listen up, my lady. What I'm going to tell you next is very important for an investigation. Starting from the lobby, Myers Corporation is divided into two sections, left and right. Each section contains different departments and rooms. On the left is Mr. Blake's investment department, and Mr. Edgeworth's legal department is on the right side of Myers Corporation. As to where you want to start, it is entirely up to you. No matter which route you choose, they will eventually lead to the basement. In other words, where the secret chamber of G4's G4 cyborg incident is located. That is to say, if I want to know about Victor's past, I should choose to go to left. But if I'm more curious about Vincent, I should go right. That's an interesting explanation. You're not wrong saying that. So, my lady, have you made up your mind? Warning, starting from the Myers lobby, the game will have two different branches. Depending on the route Alec chosen, the game will unfold differently. In order to keep the plot smooth, branch 2 will be unlocked after branch 1 is finished. Okay. Alpha. Okay. Game updated. Okay. Which route should I choose? Okay. Save. Well, technically, I don't need to. Okay. Return. There's only one choice. Really? Oh no! So it's just Vincent. No! Right, is it? Looks like you're more interested in Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, because I didn't want to keep doing the British accent for like another 2 hours. From the information I've gathered so far, Vincent seems to be more closely involved in the G4 cyborg incident. I believe investigating the legal department will give us the answers we want. That is, if they haven't already fallen asleep, you know. I see. I'll have to agree. Hold my hand. Just as Draco and I reached an agreement, insert comment, Myers' body went off the back. Yeah, I'm not good at it. Welcome to the Myers Corporation. As the #1 trusted source for mechanical prosthetics, we define global standards and create a first class corporate image. Design, create, enhance Myers Corporation. Please enjoy your Vincent and have a wonderful, painful day. Alright, was that good? Ah! No! Draco, Draco, save me. Save me, Draco. From the far end of the employee passage in the distance comes a heart-rending howl. Impossible. What have they done to him? Draco's face suddenly became very serious. They? To him? Draco, what is going on? There's no time to explain. Go now! Wait a minute, Draco! Before I could finish, Draco pushed me to the right room of the lobby. And then punched a button. No! Come back! Come back! Draco! Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you? No, I want a spin-off visual novel of just romancing you. Alright, I need to stop laughing at myself. Don't you want to know who you are? Then go. If your life ends here and now, all your efforts will be in vain. No, Draco, I just want you. So true, Zoob. What about you? Draco? I'm just a butler. Please don't worry about me. I'll try my best to hold him back. No, come here. but like I'm a person without a past. It wasn't that long ago that my life could only be described as empty, monotonous, and boring. But the arrival of this one person changed everything around me. She helped. Come here! If you have time to monologue, come here! And make me realize that nothing is more important than the present. She is very important to me, and I can't lose her a second then. No, come here! Come here! What if I just die? What if I just stand here with him? What if I just peepo chill here? Draco, do we know each other? In response to my question, Draco smiled. My name is Draco Edgeworth. It is my pleasure to meet you. Lady Alec. Okay, I'm ending my playthrough now. Bring it back! I want it back now! No! 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 Bring him back, my baby! No, I want him now! Draco! What? I'm only in like chapter 2! But only silence answers my cries. How many chapters is there again, Eliza? Chapter 2, the end. Okay, I'm on chapter 3. Okay. Draco Edgeworth. From the first moment I saw him, I thought he somehow looked very similar to Vincent. But I had no idea that Vincent and him were really related by blood. Are they brothers? But what kind of person would make his own brother a butler? They could be cousins. Wait, can you send it to me? I'm just gonna put it on the screen. Can you send me people? So I'm just gonna put it on the screen. Or am I? Am I? Should I be closer? Or is it the music that's too loud? This is actually the loudest I can go on OBS. No, I asked you to send me the emote that you mentioned because I want to put it on the screen to express my emotions. This model doesn't have very many emotions. Give me a second. Let me see. The only one that kind of fits his face. Thank you. I have to send this to on my desktop. Hopefully I can open it. My image. Wait, where is it? I have one with your head on it. I have a source with your head on it. Where is it? Where is my L head? Who knows? L's head. What if I just hide my emotions like this? Alright. Okay, let me see if I can grab it. Aww. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I also have this. I'm crying. Totally. Alright, give me a second. I don't know why I'm so quiet. I had this thing, like, I think last month where I got a new motherboard, right? And all my files got fucked over. And now for some reason I'm too quiet on my microphone when my sound was fine before. Hold on, I have to check if I can increase my fucking decibels. Yes, I can. Let's fucking go. Alright, I raised myself up a little bit. Let me know if I'm never too loud. Alright. I put this on top of chat. Here you go. Here you go, chat. It wasn't that long ago that my life could only be described as empty, monotonous, and boring. But the arrival of this one person changed everything around me. Imagine if the MC wasn't that smart and they're like, "Oh, you already have a girlfriend." Because I would be, I would be dumb enough to do that. She helped me break free from the blank world. Made me realize that nothing is more important than the present. She is very important to me, and I can't lose her a second time. Yeah, that would be funny. I should write that. Why is he a blur again? Goddamn, I need glasses. Draco. What exactly does all of that mean? I don't need glasses yet though in real life. I'm perfectly cool. Draco! Draco! He took the glasses with him when he left us. I banged on the gate again and again, but there was no response. Damn it, this can't be it. There has to be a way. Oh, groped? Oh, okay. I groped along the nearby walls, but didn't find any switch to open the gate. Draco. I felt disheartened at how powerless I was. How he was right there, yet I couldn't help him. What the hell? Why is the gate locked? Huh? Suddenly, I was taken aback by the appearance of an odd-looking person from the other side of the room. Eliza, you seem to have a lot of spouses from this game. Well, partners. Before I could say anything, she ran around me and rushed to the gate. Hey! Hey! Let me out! She was yelling and banging as if she was completely unaware of my presence. Hey! Hey! Can you hear me? Hey! After carrying on for a while but earning no response, she finally decided to give up. She was breathing heavily when she turned around, staring straight at me with her bright, burning eyes. I think she has pink eye. Huh? Was it you? Were you the one who locked me in here? Shit, I may be in trouble. She definitely has pink eye. Just when I thought I had to come up with a plan to deal with her, her face looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Her eyes were still focused on me, but this time she was looking me up and down. Have we met before? What? What did she just say? Her very surprising comment left me speechless for a moment. It wasn't something I expected to hear from her. Calm down. Calm down. This is critical. I can't miss my chance. In other words, I might be able to learn something about my past from her. But I need to be careful. I don't have any idea whether she's a friend or foe yet. Let me fucking save. Oh, why did I do that out of order? I hate myself. And judging from how she acted, it seems she's only had a casual acquaintance with me as well. It may not be the best idea to just start throwing questions at her about myself. More importantly, if I expose the fact that I lost my memory, things may only work against me. So the safest strategy right now would be to get information out of her in a less straightforward way. Oh, hi. It's been a while. Do you still remember me? Girl, you are not subtle. Babe, sweetie. Oh. I tried my best to stay calm and greeted her. Um, she looked it all over me again, and then her eyes rested on my face. You do seem kind of familiar. Let me see. Hmm. Oh, hey, detective! She suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I remember now. I knew it. You were the one with that famous lawyer last time. As was expected of me. So, Mona, I knew we met before.
Simona.
Jamona! Is that how you pronounce it? Jamona, is that her name? Or more importantly, did she just say I'm a detective? My brain felt as if it couldn't handle all the information I had just received at once. I never thought I would be a cop. Was I involved in a case? She just said, bro. But, wait a minute. She mentioned that I was with a famous lawyer. Could you be possibly referring to... But, detective. Someone's voice interrupted my thoughts and dragged my mind back to reality. I'm curious, what brings you back to Myers Corporation this time? Back to Myers. Think. I need to come up with an answer. If I were a cop, there would only be one explanation for coming back here. I'm here to investigate the case of missing citizens over recent years and the truth behind the G4 cyborg incident. Huh? Again? My god, the G4 Investigation Bureau is as useless as ever. Detective, then it looks like your last investigation with that lawyer didn't go so well. Why didn't you bring him along this time? The famous lawyer. Are you by any chance referring to Mr. Vincent Edgeworth? Of course, who else can it be? Vincent. So it seems that my speculation was correct. Vincent and I had indeed met before. And following this logic, it would make sense that I've met Draco as well. If that's the case, why would Vincent hide everything from me and pretend that he didn't know me? I suddenly remembered about the cyborg I saw at the mansion and how Vincent and Victor refused to explain anything about it. K4. Myers had gone bankrupt years ago, but it is clear that someone is still using the abandoned site for some kind of experiments. Draco told me Myers Corporation had become a secret underground organization after that huge incident. But even if that's true, how can I explain the cyborg in Vincent's mansion? Could it be that, as a detective, I was actually investigating Vincent and not Myers Corporation? If we go with that explanation, Vincent is most likely the person behind my memory loss. The more I thought about it, the more worried I became. But there's something that has especially been bothering me. Hey yo, what the hell is this gay ass... If you had asked me what kind of person Vincent was, I would have answered. Hey yo, this is such a nice graphic design though, oh my god. This is poggers, bro. Why does he have an aura? Noble, elegant, and mysterious. His words, while exuding charm, could make you feel very uneasy at the same time. Is he someone we should be suspicious of? Of course. There's no doubt about it. Knowing Winston was innocent, he single-handedly succeeded in proving that the entire experiment was the work of a single employee. How scary is this man for him to be able to do something like that? Nonetheless, when I met him at the mansion, I felt there was a subtle, oh my god, connection between us that I couldn't explain. I'm well aware I've lost all my memories. I have no idea about our past and have no reason to draw such conclusions. But this feeling was particularly strong. It was as if the part of my brain that stored the memories had disappeared, but the part that stored emotions was still intact. Well, you are at the site for human experimentation. It is vital for me to know. So, Mona, did you just come from the legal department?
Huh?
Yeah, are you planning to go there? Yes, can you take me there? It's simple, just go through the door right here and you'll reach the legal department. However, she pulled out a card from her pocket. Only by swiping this key card can you unlock this door. How did you get that? No comment, Miss Detective. You know, I haven't even yet dealt with you for locking us in here. But considering you're from the G4 Investigation Bureau, I can make a deal with you. Just like last time, you do me a favor, and I'll do you a favor. How's that? Last time? Really? Have you forgotten already? Last time you did me a little favor, and in exchange I told you some secrets about Myers Corporation. Let's do the same this time. The truth is, I accidentally lost one of my belongings here. If you can help me find it, then I'll give you this keycard as a reward. Alright, what are we looking for? Tell me, what exactly have you lost? Oh, around sphere. Have you lost your balls? Hey, what's that look all about? I know, it does sound kind of vague. But trust me, the moment you see it, you'll instantly realize. Aha, this must be what Salmona is looking for. This time I'll take your word for it. And this thing is something that you did indeed lose? Shush. Stop asking so many questions. We're making a deal here, not playing 20 questions, alright? What? Don't you want the keycard? Alright, then are you sure you've left this spherical object in this lab? No doubt about it. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in this lab. Draco told me both sides of the lobby would eventually lead us to the basement, where the secret chamber of the G4 cyborg incident is located. In other words, not only will I be able to find a lot of clues there, but I could also get out of this place through the other side of the Myers lobby. At this moment, still nothing could be heard from the other side of the gate. I don't know what's happened to Draco. Would I ever get to see him again? Anyway, time to search for the spherical object. Balls. A robotic arm. Nothing special about it. A robotic arm. Nothing special about it. A robotic arm. Hey, did you notice? Huh? Something's different about this robotic arm. Come take a look. You see this? This one has an extra circle engraved in it. You're right. That's just a small detail. Doesn't mean anything. A robotic arm. Nothing special about it. Red circle. Red circle. The gate that connects. I came in here. I can't hear anything. I don't know what happened to Draco. Simona, is there really no way to reopen the gate from here? Huh? Why didn't you find it for me then? As far as I know, only the front desk can control the gates on either side of the lobby. It's the feature of the Myers security system. With all due respect, the security system doesn't make much sense to me. I know, right? I have no clue what they were thinking either. Right now, the only possible way for us to get out of here is to reach the other side of Myers by taking the elevator from the basement and then go back to the lobby from there. I see. Then it seems my assumptions were not wrong. Ventilation duct opening, nothing special about it. Maybe we can... No, that would be sus, Salmona. Let's not do that. I don't think I'll fit through. A jar. I slide open it. There was nothing in it. That's disappointing. It had a lock on it. Look here, the lock on this drawer has been pried open. It's locked. A cupboard underneath the drawer. I opened it and took a look. There was nothing in it. A cupboard under a drawer. I opened it and took a look. There was nothing in it. A trophy. The trophy has a diamond shape engraved on it, but there isn't any text. Detective, who do you think this trophy is for? I'm not sure, but maybe it's for the employee of the month. Employee of the month? Perhaps the winner gets a free ticket to the basement. Ha ha ha! A boombox. I don't really feel like we're listening to the radio right now. Oh! Contemporary art is really getting more and more pretentious. Detective, what do you think these 4 art pieces mean? I think it's some kind of device. Some kind of device? Look here, there are 2 buttons under each piece. Oh! Oh! The color of the art has changed. What about pressing the other one? The shape changed this time. I understand now. I think we're supposed to match each shape with the corresponding color. It's not that difficult. We just need to try out the combinations. No, it's not as simple as that. We can change the shape of each art, but we can also change their colors. What it means is that... yeah, I know, I got that part. Robotic arm. Key! Robotic arm, nothing special about it. Robotic arm. Red circle. Diamond. Oh, okay. Can I? I want to unlock the drawer. What I find inside is a scalpel, a cassette tape, I loaded the tape into the boot. On July 20, at approximately minor explosions prison area. The whereabouts, Myers researchers, and Vincent's life remain unknown. Boom. Someone wait! Oh. So I have 2 of the pieces. Several minor explosions destroying part of the prison wall. The whereabouts of Winston Loomis, a former Myers researcher and the mastermind behind the G4 cyborg incident, who was sentenced for life, remain unknown. The possibility that he died in the explosion cannot be ruled out until the site is cleared. Oh. Oh! My dear Vincent, tell me, this news doesn't happen to be connected to you in any way, does it? I have no knowledge of this. I've only just heard about the news as well. Oh, is that so? Then would you mind explaining to me how this man is right here in your mansion? I just happened to run into Mr. Loomis on my way back. What an amazing twist of fate, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Loomis? Oh, quite a twist of fate indeed. Oh shit. I need to stop doing that. My dear Vincent Edgeworth, don't you know that Winston should be rotting in prison right now? What can I say? Sometimes I don't pay much attention to such minuscule details. Not paying much attention? You can't be serious. Alright. Have you forgotten that you were the one who put Winston in prison? Vincent, look me in the eyes. You might have always been good at lying to other people, but we both know very... They got that marriage connection? Interesting. But we both know very well that you could never do it in front of me. Oh my god, what was that? You've always been like that, and this is no exception. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've been looking you in the eyes this whole time. No, you haven't. I have. You haven't. I have. I feel bad for Mr. Loomis. He's like watching a divorce right now. He's like a child of divorce. You know, my friend, I would always support you no matter what choice you make. And I always have, since we met each other in college. But all of this is just pure madness. Yeah, I mean, in this moment. I understand. What Myers did to you is absolutely unforgivable. But do you realize there's also no turning back to the path you're going? The moment you choose revenge, you are no longer different from your enemies. Vincent Edgeworth, it is already a miracle you survived from that disaster. You could still achieve so much in your future. Do you really want to be at war with Myers forever? Do you really think you can take on the entire Myers Corporation on your own? Don't be ridiculous. You're sacrificing your life for nothing. Someone just randomly messaged me on Twitch. What? Then join me, Vector. What? Then join me. I need you. Okay, fuck. They're confessing in front of the guy he broke out of prison? My god. I may look like an idiot who's in over his head to you, but I just no longer wish to be pushed around. Do you really think Myers is going to let me go after all of that? If I choose to do nothing now, I will definitely be dead sooner or later. But if I succeed in mastering this technology, I can become the one in charge. I can become better than Myers. You are right, Victor. I can't do that on my own. I need the mind of Winston Loomis. But beyond that, I need another man? Sure? Does he mean that he needs to get another husband, or like he needs someone's help? Someone I know I can trust. So is this his vows? My god, this sucks. Someone I know I can entrust my life to. Vincent, have you gone mad? Don't you realize who I am? Do you understand how dangerous a decision like this is? I believe the world is in equilibrium, at the dynamic equilibrium. And eventually, you will realize that good and evil are but two changing rhythms. I trust you, Victor, and I'm sure we can find equilibrium that's just right. That's right. How could I forget? Vincent Edgeworth never regrets his choice. But it's been a long time since I've seen you like that. It's going to be an incredibly long and difficult path. But this time, Vincent Edgeworth, I'm willing to walk alongside you. Thank you, Victor. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. I said, thank you. Oh look, we almost forgot. Mr. Loomis has been here the whole time. Looks like he's heard everything we've been saying. Speaking of which, what are you planning to do with this fella? We could throw him back in prison. Oh, what's the matter, my dear Vincent? What's that embarrassed look on your face? Victor, that's enough. By the way, I do have a surprise for you. And these are some items I brought back from Winston's lab. I secretly broke open one of the drawers when no one was around. In other words, you've known this whole time that Winston's escape from prison was my work. Well, you could say so. Edgeworth, why don't you take a moment and look through these? And as for Mr. Loomis, just leave him to me for the moment. Sorry, I'm fighting for my life right now. Oh, Victor boy. He intimidates me sometimes. He could read my mind without any difficulty, and could even go as far as to anticipate my every move. He never needed Myers' mechanical processes to be a superhuman. He already is one. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if I hadn't become friends with him back in college, if I had never had him next to me when I needed him, how different would things be now? Where would I possibly be at this moment? His wife. I'd rather not think about it. Time is running out. I need to carefully examine all the items Victor has brought back. Boombox. However, the news of Winston is not what I desired, but unfortunately is inevitable. Oh, what? No. Was that Vincent's memory I just saw? Hey, are you alright? Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Come to think of it, I don't think she knows I have the ability to read memories yet. Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me. You suddenly went expressionless and weren't moving an inch. You didn't even respond to me. Sorry that I made you worry. I feel much better now. By the way, I seem to have worked out what the news recorded in the tape was about. Oh, really? Let's hear it. What's it about? It's about Winston Loomis escaping from prison. That one innocent employee who was framed by Myers. Oh, I remember that. From what I've heard, no one knows where that guy is to this day. But detective, you have to watch out. I wouldn't call them innocent if I were you. Why do you say so? It is true that most rumors describe him as an innocent employee who was framed by Myers. But I guess they're right to some extent. The experiments on the cyborgs were not the work of Winston alone. In fact, every core member of Myers Corp was aware of the existence of the project. But together, they chose to frame that poor researchers so as to not be implicated themselves. However, what many people forget to mention is Winston was indeed one of the researchers involved in the experiment. Speaking of which, Detective, you wanna know a fun fact? Winston actually used to work right here in this lab. I see. So Winston wasn't innocent after all. However, he was framed by the other members of Myers Corp to take the blame for the whole experiment. And in July 2081, he managed to escape from prison with Vincent's help. Vincent mentioned that he needed Winston's knowledge, but also Victor's help to master a certain technology. On one hand, he wanted to use this technology to protect himself, and on the other, he wanted to seek out his revenge on Myers. As to what kind of technology that is, I can make a good guess, but I still need to confirm my suspicion. In any case, let us continue to the investigation. Poker cards. The poker cards from G4 District are a bit different from the more prevalent version. The more prevalent... On the other hand, the G4 version has a nature theme, with the 4 suites replaced by fire, trees, water droplets, and the moon. There have been many theories as to why this is, but there is still no definitive answer. However, this is quite ironic in my opinion, because the culture and purpose of G4 has nothing to do with nature at all. But more importantly, why would Winston Loomis bring a deck of cards to Myers Corporation? Specifically, these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Every employee should know it is strictly forbidden to carry non-work related art items, let alone playing cards. What's even stranger... Yep. Yep, you're so true, King. A leather notebook. Green triangle. What's the last shape? Triangle. Research journal. February 15, 2080, sunny. Subject number 5 exhibited very severe rejection, accompanied by significant mental decline. The subject exhibited multiple symptoms of discomfort, including convulsions, screaming, and banging on the containment unit. Subject number 1 and number 3 are currently stable and have not exhibited any signs of rejection. April 10, 2080, sunny. Subject number 5's mental condition deteriorated further, and a portion of the epidermis on the torso showed signs of decay. The subject made several attempts to destroy the containment unit and still showed no signs of improvement after food intake. Subjects number 1 and 3 are currently in a stable condition, with no rejection observed at this time. July 1, 2080, cloudy. Subject number 5's physical condition has deteriorated to the point where only 30% of the body's surface still has skin. If this subject continues to fail to demonstrate successful mechanization, We will remove its memory core. Subject number 3 is otherwise in good condition, but with a normal refusal to take food today. Subject number 1 is currently in a stable condition with no rejection observed at this time. December 2080. Rainy. Hold on, I'm just gonna take some water. I like how I disappear. I actually just turned around. Subject number 5's memory core has been successfully dismantled, and the subject is temporarily sealed in its containment unit. We will dismember it at a later date and dispose of its body parts in the wastewater pool outside the G4 district. Subjects number 1 and 3 are currently in a stable condition and no rejection is observed. How many pages does this bitch have? Today, subject 1 suddenly became unstable and violent and attempted to attack several researchers. I wonder which number is John. The subject stabilized after the removal of the memory core and is now temporarily sealed in its containment unit. Number 3 remains stable at this time, but has yet to show any evidence of successful psychic linking. Why did you smile? Memory core, is it? Huh. Pen. Fountain pen. Blue square. Wine. Especially, oh, it's martini? My bad. Oh, you're so gay, Vincent. Wah. Alright. What is the scalpel for? Can I... Okay. I'm trying to figure out which one is which though for the 1, 2, 3, 4. It's probably this. Wait, that's blue? Holy shit. Well, if I'm right, thank God. Wait. No. What a weird combo. Sorry. Well. Wait, no. Okay. I didn't think I was right. I can't believe it. You're incredible. Right? Or am I? No jump scares, please. The room behind the door was much darker. My eyes had a hard time adjusting to the sudden darkness. Ooh, no. What was that? I just stepped in some kind of wet, sticky substance. Um, okay, my thought process personally is so there was four symbols and they had a color association. So I was like, okay. And then the cards tell you what the order is. Number one was the tree. And I was like, it's this tree, so probably a triangle. And trees are usually green, so probably that one. Water, blue. Water is blue. And the shape for it happens to be a square, which doesn't have that much relevance. Moon. I was thinking it would be the circle because circle moon, right? But like apparently not. They hate me, so it's the yellow one because moon yellow. And fire red. I bent down and tried to reach for it, but my arm was nicked by something sharp. Ouch! Are these shards of glass? That was when I realized there was a huge glass chamber standing in front of me. And inside it was... Jump scare. Get back, get back. Thank God it looks like that thing is dead. Look there, someone's in there. Huh? Someone's in that glass chamber in the middle. Oh, that's probably just a cyborg too. A cyborg? But they look like as if they're detective. Didn't you know? There are many kinds of cyborg. Many kinds? What do you mean? I'm not really an expert myself, but let me just read this part out for you. With that, someone took out a journal from her pocket. Why is it... The pink and red is really distracting. Due to different bodies' varying ability to withstand semi-mechanization, the phenomenon of intellectual polarization often appears in each batch of experimental subjects. Subjects that are able to withstand mechanization generally retain human facial features, and with their newly modified body, they exhibit superhuman abilities superior to those of ordinary humans. On the other hand, subjects that failed to successfully withstand mechanization exhibited severe intellectual degradation, thus making them behave like wild beasts. At the same time, the bodies of these failed subjects would exhibit an obvious rejection of mechanization, resulting in them often giving the impression that they were falling apart. We refer to these cyborgs that have lost their intelligence as husks. It is worth noting, however, that some of the experimental subjects seem to require an acclimation period. That is, their bodies exhibit repulsion similar to that of a husk when they first undergo mechanization. But that as long as they are fed regularly and are given ample time, eventually their bodies will be able to successfully accept the modifications they are given. Thus, after each batch of experimental subjects have been modified, we tend to leave them in the secret chamber for a period of observation. If, after that time, the subject still does not demonstrate signs of successful mechanization, we would then dismember it and dump its body parts in the wastewater pool outside the G4 district. The above was recorded in an experiment journal I found here at this corporation. In other words, there are two kinds of cyborgs. The first kind looks like a monster because its body could not withstand mechanization, and the other is able to retain its intelligence and look exactly like a normal person because it's been successfully transformed. Yes, but not only that, pay attention to this next part. Oh my god, it's lore dumps after lore dumps. Since often only a small number of subjects possess the ability to withstand mechanization, We often have to dismember and discard most of the cyborgs in the chamber. And this is definitely very costly and burdensome for us. Therefore, thanks to the tireless efforts of several researchers, we have successfully developed a method to create new types of cyborg through genetic cloning technology. As a result, we no longer need to search for the minority that can withstand mechanization in batch after batch of experimental subjects. All we need to do is to extract the genes of the subjects that have been successfully modified. Then we can produce them again. Nonetheless, since these new cyborgs didn't possess any memory, we need to install a memory core inside them. Giving them memories that do not exist is giving them a unique personality. These memories can be extracted from any existing employee to achieve the desired personality. In other words, there are cyborgs that are not directly modified from human beings, but are created through genetic cloning technology. But it's hard to tell them apart just by looking at them. What is going on? Oh wait, you mean it's possible that there's cyborgs lurking or that yeah, I think I can find one right now. In a manner of speaking, a cyborg. Thank goodness it's dead. Not for me, baby. Oh, Jesus Christ. 1 2 equals 0 1 0 7 equals 1 1 1. I want to see what the numbers are. What number are we looking for, though? This one? The Okay. Alright. What number is he? What number are you, bastard? 1, 2, maybe 2. Although, Norway. No problem. Take your time. How do you find out what number he is? Oh. What if... No? Okay. How do you find out what number he is? I feel like there's something missing. Am I crazy? Oh! Fuck. Well, thank you, Elijah. 15. Number 5. Oh shit. I don't remember how the binary shit went. I have to ask again. There's 5, 3, and 1 that they mentioned. 1 is already mentioned, so it might not be him. 5 is Daj, so it's probably 3. Okay. I know. Bump, bump. Okay. 6. I'm searching up decimal to binary converter. Monk. Is it number 3 then? Hmm. Zero 11. 101. Okay. I'll try the ones that I found. This one first. Good night, Al. Alright, Eliza, I got it. I didn't bother with figuring out how to do it. I just got a converter. I'm not gonna do that. The already stifling atmosphere intensified as we caught the first glimpse of what was inside the glass chamber. Simona was horrified at first, but her expression quickly changed to worry. But it was as if we had mutually agreed not to say anything to each other beforehand. We just stood in silence. I could sense Simona staring straight at me, but at that moment I was completely focused on the cyborg in front of me. Let's do this then. Oh, okay. Oh wait, what do I do? Do I stab her? Do I stab myself? I took the scalpel that Simona handed to me and started making deep cuts into the cyborg's body. Not the squishing noises. And again, and again, and again. I felt emotions that I'd never felt before welling up inside me. But all Simona did was just stare. She didn't utter a word. Before I realized it, the cyborg's chest was shredded to pieces. And revealed beneath her skin was a peculiar spherical device. I grabbed the sphere with my bare hand and pulled it out. This is what you wanted, right? The cyborg's memory core? Yes. I handed it to Zamona with my blood-soaked hand. Let's get the hell out of here. I can't stand it in here anymore. Girl, me neither. Detective, are you alright? Detective? Stop calling me detective. You don't even know who I am. You saw it too. That cyborg we just saw. She looked exactly like me. I don't even know who you are, Salmona. I don't remember anything at all. I thought coming here would find me the answers I wanted. But now I just feel completely lost. I could be someone who doesn't even exist. Just one of a million other identical cyborgs. Draco was right all along. I shouldn't even be here to begin with. Even with my sudden breakdown, Simona didn't show 1 ounce of anger with me. After a moment of silence, she started to speak. You feel that the truth you seek is meaningless now, don't you? You've lost all hope because you're worried that you're just a replica. But you shouldn't let your past define you. You're right. There's no way to be certain if you are or aren't the detective I met. But whoever each of us is up to us. The moment you open your eyes, you are who you are and not anyone else. So what if there's someone else somewhere in the world who looks exactly like you? It's each of our own unique experiences that make up who we are, isn't it? At this moment, only you and I are standing here. This experience just belongs to just us and no one else. What motivates each of us to go on with our lives is the countless exciting possibilities that lie in store. And in the near future, you are bound to meet new people and make new friends. And maybe they will become your new family. People who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. People who would sacrifice their lives for me. Simona's words were somehow very reassuring. It was different from how I had imagined her to be. I never thought I would hear such words from you. Probably something I picked up during my previous profession. Huh? Don't worry too much about it. It's irrelevant now. Anyway, thanks a lot for your help. You have no idea how important this device is to me. Simona, why do you need the cyborg's memory core? It's a long story. You said you've lost all your memories. But seeing that you found your way into Myers, I think it's safe to assume you've heard the urban legends about the G4 district. G4 district's urban legends? Do you mean the G4 cyborg incident? Close, but I'm thinking particularly about the end of that legend. It should sound something like this. To this day, people still mysteriously vanish in the G4 district. Rumor says that the spirits of the victims from the experiment are still wandering the streets, taking the lives of those unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. Ah, I remember. Right, and you don't need me to tell you that ghosts don't exist. These recent disappearances in the G4 district are the deliberate work of a certain someone as well. Goodbye, Eliza! Are you suggesting that Myers Corp is behind these recent disappearances as well? The Myers Corp that's continuing ops covertly? Yeah, something like that. But here's the thing, a lot of details about these cases are different from the original G4 cyborg incident. In the G4 cyborg incident, Myers Corp turned their own employees into cyborgs and kidnapped ordinary citizens to use as cattle feed. But most of the people who go missing nowadays aren't ordinary citizens. It's people who either had a history with Myers or who were former employees. Did Myers Corp turn them into cyborgs as well, or were they just used as cattle feed? If they were all somehow associated with Myers, it makes sense that Myers would simply want them gone. Exactly. But many people did believe that the series of disappearances is the work of just one person. A dangerous criminal who is extremely careful, so much so that they've never left a single fingerprint behind, or a clue as to what really happened to the victims. And this person is known as the most wanted criminal in the G4 district. As for how they're connected to Myers, no one's sure. But there is one person who has seen him that's still alive. Only one person? Who's that? That person is me. Okay. Yes, the most wanted criminal in the G4 district messed up once, and I was there when it happened. Who was it? Who was the criminal? I'll put him to jail. It was dark and windy night. Real night. I just gotten back to my apartment building and was about to go inside my apartment to relax. Oh! But as I was walking past an apartment on the same floor, the power went out. The hallway was enveloped in complete darkness. I couldn't see anything around me. Yeah! Just then, I heard blood-curdling screams accompanied with what sounded like flesh being torn off the bone from the apartment next to me. A person rushed out of the apartment and brushed past me. They were in such a panic I wasn't sure if they'd noticed my presence. Shortly afterwards, the power came back on, but that person was long gone. And the hallway that had been spotless beforehand was completely different after the power was restored. The walls and floor were painted red with blood, and the apartment door, which had previously been closed, was half ajar. Holy shit, this is serious! Without thinking much, I pushed open the door of the apartment to check in on my neighbor. What I saw before me was the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. A man on the floor, his body shred to bits. The room was strewn with pieces of his body and entrails. But that wasn't even the worst part. The scariest thing was, even though his head was still completely detached from his body, his mouth was still opening and closing, as if he were desperately trying to catch his breath. Hey, hang in there, I'll call an ambulance right away. I impulsively rushed to help him, even though I knew very well that it was much too late. Girl. Oh no. But it was too late for me to say anything. And then, what happened after that? After that, as embarrassing as it sounds to become G4's most wanted criminal girl. Although I've managed to escape from the police, it's getting so much harder finding a new apartment these days. But please believe me, I really wasn't the one who killed him. I wouldn't even hurt a fly. I believe you. But then you didn't actually get a good look at him either. Yeah, right. The corridor was completely dark when I met him. I didn't get to see what he looked like either. If that's the case, how can you be so sure that the killer is the same person who is responsible for the disappearances in G4? Honestly, I can't. But I later learned that the victim, my neighbor, was Dr. Richard Emanon, a former employee of Myers. And as always, the police found no fingerprints from any suspects at the scene. Of course, except for mine. It's too much of a coincidence, don't you think? So my guess is the killer was originally going to kidnap Dr. Emanon. Oh, I was like, what? And murder him somewhere else. But for some reason, he screwed up that time. So killed him in a hurry and ran away. And what's even more interesting is the way he was murdered was very similar to how the core members were killed in the incident. They were all ripped to pieces. So it's quite possible this is the same person who got away with killing the core members. But then the reason you were looking for the cyborg's memory core is... Yes, as I was saying, many of the victims of the recent unexplained disappearances have some connection to Myers. It's hard not to conclude that the murderer also has a very close relationship with Myers. And each of the cyborgs that Myers produces through cloning will have a memory core. Each device stores certain memories, giving the cyborgs the personalities they would lack otherwise. Most of these memories are extracted from Myers' employees. I understand now. You want to find the real murderer by reading the memories in each memory core, thus proving your innocence. Exactly. Not just for my own sake, but also for the safety of the G4 district. I'll keep searching until I find out the truth, even if it's Myers who's behind all of this. Right, that's all I have to say. Anyway, thanks again for helping me out. Go ahead and take this keycard. I took the keycard to the legal department as Simona handed to me. But are you still going to continue your investigation? You know, if you want to get out of here with me right now, that wouldn't be impossible. Huh? But isn't the gate to the lobby closed? I know. But the truth is, I accidentally forgot about this. Zamona took a watch out of her pocket. A watch? Oh, darling, this watch is more than meets the eyes. It was originally a gift from an old friend of mine, but I've made a few modifications to it. Just by wearing it, I can teleport myself anywhere. How did you forget something this important? But the downside is, it can teleport me anywhere. What do you mean? As in, I can't decide where we'll be teleported to. I was once teleported inside a man's bathhouse. Incredibly immersing situation. But hey, there's risk with anything, wouldn't you agree? So, are you gonna come with me? Let's get the hell out of here. I'm sorry. I can't leave just yet. There's this person that, even though I can't remember how we're connected or why, he was willing to risk his life for me. And that person is currently trapped in the Myers lobby. I'm worried about him. I see. You want me to come with you? No, that would be too dangerous. Maybe. You don't know. This is all my fault. I should have never come here. I can't get another one of my friends involved. I don't want to see them get hurt. I understand. If that's the case, promise me that you'll take care of yourself. I hope we can meet again someday. Maybe then you'll be able to tell me your real name. I'll see you later, miss. When you get your memories back, be sure to tell me all the stories about your past, alright? Of course. Goodbye, Simona. She's gone. What if he teleports into the basement? Oh, I almost tipped over my water bottle. She's gone. I wonder where she'll be teleported to this time. Well then, it's time for me to push forward as well. Can I have more friends? The legal department. Well, investigation complete. Successfully located the cyborg's memory core. Oh, jeez. Here we are, the legal department. It's hard to believe that Vincent used to work here. Wait a second. In the distance, that an elevator? Someone had told me the only way to get to the Myers lobby is to take the elevator to the basement, then return there from the other side. I know, right? So it seems this is what she's talking about. However, I've come a long way. Shouldn't I investigate this place first? But what's the point? I've long lost the confidence I had when I was confronting Draco in the Myers lobby. I'm not sure if I want to know the truth anymore. You have to realize losing your memories could also be a blessing. Shut up! Countless people were imprisoned by their own memories. They try their best to let go, yet cling to them at the same time. But you, on the other hand, are given a second chance. Isn't that wonderful? I'll be honest, even I'm getting a bit jealous. How did you end up here? Alec, I regret to inform you that I don't know either. The truth is, my butler was the one who heard the peculiar knocking sounds on the door last night. When he went to open it, he saw you face down on the stairs, unconscious. Your seemingly commendable courage is nothing more than ignorance wrapped up in a pretty package. You have absolutely no clue what you are about to face. Do you really believe that you can face up to all the dangers that are coming your way? Do you really believe that you can accept the truth that will be revealed? Vincent, Victor, and Draco. A happy, happy family. How many lies are there all around me? Why is it like that? Why is everyone lying to me? Ever since I woke up in the mansion, I've been deceived again and again. Why? Why are all of you lying to me? Okay. Page 3. Chill. Alright, return. What am I doing? I don't have time to think about that right now. Since I'm already here, I might as well take a look around first. I started to briefly read through some of the documents I found. Oh, these documents from the legal department. I really don't understand them at all. Hold on a second. The nameplate on this table. Vincent Edgeworth, Chief Legal Officer. So then, this used to be Vincent's office? Whose glove is that? On the table was a note in a glove. The note looked brand new and therefore seemed out of place compared to the rest of the files here. Someone could have just recently left it here. Was Simona the one who put it here? I picked up the note from the desk. Dear my lovely Alec, how are you doing? Haha, I'm just joking. Of course I know you're not doing well, because you've lost all of your memories. So, do you want to get all your memories back? Damn, I need to read better. I know you do. In that case, I have left you a small gift. I'm sure it will help a lot in getting back what you want. An old friend who wishes to remain anonymous. What? A gift for me? Must be referring to the glove next to it. For some reason, it was blasted with a wave of anxiety. Objective. Put on the glove. Yes. I will put on the glove. I like gloves. Hey, yo. The glove fits my hand perfectly. Oh. Oh. Ah! No, not this. Not the static, please. Do you remember who you are? All hail Myers. All hail Myers. Do you still remember your purpose? Y'all miss you so much. Oh no, please, not the static. I don't like this. Hurry up and come back home. Oh, hey, hello. Welcome to Myers Corp. How does it feel to be alive? Pretty good, huh? I know you're still a little confused right now, but that's okay. I assure you, you will soon get used to it. Oh, you're asking what your mission is? My dear, patience. We'll get to that. Where should I start? Oh, you know, I have this old friend who's a little mad at me. Little mad that he wants to murder me and destroy my company. This story, yep. So he's made a weapon. A very deadly weapon. We don't know what that weapon is. But a little birdie told me it had something to do with other people's memories. Ah, pretty frightening, right? So here's what I need you to do. Oh, my apologies. I hope this is about my delivery. Hello? Oh, already. That's awesome. But unfortunately, I'm not at home right now, my friend. Yes, just leave the package at the door. Yes, the entire uniform. Alright, that's great. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Where was I again? I need you to locate his weapon and then destroy it. And while you're at it, try to figure out what kind of experiments this guy is up to. Your codename will be... A sudden tremendous shudder from the legal department snapped me back to reality. What just happened? Suddenly, a man flew through the wall connecting the laboratory to the table, and then I was after the wall. What is that? Draco! No! What followed was an inhuman roar from the lab. I could hear the monster's approaching steps. Draco! Draco! I shook Draco violently, but he didn't respond. Draco! Wake up! Honey! Damn it, what should I do? The basement! Quick! Hurry, please be quick. What about Draco? Okay, I hurried and dragged Draco into the elevator, then pressed the button to close the door. Oh my god. I could still feel my heart pounding. That monster doesn't seem to be pursuing us. I think we're safe for now. What exactly was that thing? Draco! No! I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him. Hey, man. He's just a little guy. Slowly, Draco stood up. He sounded very weak. Draco, are you okay? No need to worry about me. It's just a few scratches. Stop acting like a hero at a time like this. Draco froze in the face of my emotional outburst. I know, right? A few too many. At that moment, we were just looking at each other, stuck in silence. Draco, are you serious? Stop it with this. You've been saying strange, incomprehensible bullshit ever since we met in that lobby. You're hurt, and you're making light of it. You're starting to piss me off. I don't give a damn about how cool you are. And at this point, I really don't care how many lies you've told me. But I do know that what I'm worried about now is you. Oh shit, I need to stop doing that. Oh no! I can't wiggle him anymore, I'm very sad. You reminded me of that time. Draco's face broke and began to show a deep sorrow. A sadness I would never expect to see from him. What would you expect? You know nothing, girl. That time... I'm sorry. If only I had told you the truth earlier. Maybe things wouldn't be the way they are. Draco. There are times when I ask myself, can we go back in time? But for you, our past is long gone. We can go back. We will. That's what we're here for, isn't it? To search for our past. What is this girl so convinced about? We could have just gotten gaslit and you're like, baby, it's okay, I'll come back. No. To search for a past, the past we shared. Even if I've completely forgotten you, I'd like to get to know you again. So when we escape from here, please tell me everything. As you wish. Oh, my lady. Okay, he said. But there is a more urgent issue at hand. Where is he right now? What happened there? What the hell is that thing? He's not a thing. He's someone you already know. The truth is... Yeah, this is what I was scared of. Venora? Who's Venora? My precious chaser, tell me, is there someone you love? A loved one? My dear Monsieur M, why would you ask such a question? Let's assume one day a disaster were to happen to your loved one. Say they lose their bodies, but their memories are still intact. Would you still love them like that? Of course I would. No matter what body they change into, they're still them. What a heartwarming answer. Well, let's change the scenario, shall we? Let's say, what if the person you love is physically intact, but has lost all their memories? Would you still love such a person? Of course I would. Even if they lose all the memories, I would still love them. Even if they completely forgot about your existence. Even if all the memories you two shared are gone? That would make me miserable, but I would still love them. What an amusing answer. Humans always been able to entertain me. Well then, since you don't mind them losing their body, and you don't mind them losing their memory, what exactly do you love about them? What you love is merely a self-fulfilling illusion. What you love is a person from your past that no longer exists. The brutal truth is, the moment one loses their memory, they will no longer be themselves, and they will never be able to go back. Investigation completed. Successfully retrieved the glove. I don't know how successful that was. I think we just died from an elevator dropping. Draco should have a little British in him as a treat. Are you the new detective? Good to see you here. Just call me Venora. Where is the crime scene? I heard the victim was a former Myers employee. Yes, room 309. Come with me. Move along, people. Nothing to see here. The person who said they were gonna go to sleep just sent me art. Oh, actually, never mind. It's from 40 minutes ago. Maybe they did go to sleep. Oh, yeah, they did. Okay, let's go. Move along, people. Nothing to see here. And stop interfering with the work of police officers. Right, here we are. Ooh, fuck. I'll leave the rest to you, Venora. Objective, survey the crime scene. Dust. There is dust everywhere. A trophy. It's stained with blood. Looks like it was used as a weapon of some kind. As the victim had been dismembered, we were unable to outline the exact location of the body on the floor. However, the autopsy report from the Investigation Bureau has been released. The cause of death was due to the rapid dismemberment of the body in a short period of time. So what you're saying is the murder dismembered the victim while he was still alive? Yes. It was a very gruesome death, but according to the autopsy report, the victim's head did show signs of being struck by an object, but it wasn't fatal. In addition, the body displayed signs of a struggle before death, so it's unlikely that he was unconscious for the ordeal. Struck by an object? Is it a trophy on the floor? Correct. The shape of the wound does correspond to the pointed corner of the trophy. Some of this have disappeared. Disappeared? A mutant? Investigation completed. I believe I've gathered enough information to postulate at what may have happened. It's clear that this murder was premeditated. The perpetrator was planning to kill Dr. Emanon from the very beginning. And since the window lacked any signs of forced entry, it's most probable that the culprit entered the apartment directly through the door. That means the murder was invited into the apartment by Dr. Emanon himself. In other words, our murderer is most likely whoever Dr. Emanon was making his deal with. Nonetheless, in the midst of this, a small mishap occurred. The killer intended to kill Dr. Emanon directly by hitting him on the head with the trophy. But a sudden power failure in the apartment made him miss, and he failed to kill Dr. Emanon with a single blow, which is understandable. No one could anticipate a freak blackout. However, if the killer is the same person that's behind the other recent G4 disappearances, then their negligence cannot be attributed to just that. The other victims who went missing disappeared without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. But this time, the murderer messed up the whole apartment and attracted the attention of other residents. If it's really the same perpetrator, there has to be something else that also contributed to such a major mistake. In fact, the murderer could very well have an extreme fear of the dark. The curtains in the apartment were drawn closed at the time. It would have taken a while for human eyes to adjust to the sudden darkness. So at the moment of the blackout, Dr. Emanon's apartment was most likely pitch black. Our cold-blooded assassin, who usually managed to keep so calm and careful, completely lost control in this apartment. It's quite possible that the killer has an extreme fear of sudden darkness due to some form of previous trauma. Sudden darkness. I see. I think I understand now. In addition, the manner of Dr. Emanon's death is a major mystery. The killer dismembered him alive after failing to kill him with a single blow. The way they dismembered him reminds me of how all the core members of the Myers Corporation were killed. As far as I know, all of the core members of Myers were also killed in a similarly brutal way. Add that to the recent disappearances in the G4 district, leaving many citizens paranoid. I guess many people would think that the killer is the same person who killed all the core members. However, I believe that the real reason why the killer tore Dr. Emanon into pieces was to collect Dr. Emanon's body parts. Some of Dr. Emanon's body parts have gone missing. I don't remember that happening to any of the core members. The real reason why the killer dismembered Dr. Emanon in a panic was to obtain his body parts. In the G4 cyborg incident, Myers Corp was found to be using the human flesh of ordinary G4 citizens as feed for the cyborgs. But since Dr. Emanon's body did not have any signs of a beast attack, the killer was likely trying to obtain Dr. Emanon's body parts to use as feed for cyborgs at a later time. But if they were working for Myers, wouldn't it be more likely they would want to make a cyborg out of Dr. Emanon? Why would they choose to turn him into cyborg feed instead? Detective Venora? Yes? Have you reached any conclusions to who the killer is? Put out a warrant for this. What? Huh? I followed. Oh, wait, give me a second. I followed him to the street outside the apartment. It was getting quite late, and the temperature had dropped quite dramatically. He was just walking in front of me silently, as if the cold weather did not bother him. After a while, he finally stopped in an alley where no one was nearby. What was it that you wanted to discuss? Well then, let's hear it. Who's the actual killer? Excuse me? You're called the inspector, yet you don't even realize who I am this whole time. The man in front of me slowly took off his police hat, and what followed was a sight I couldn't have expected. Oh! Your boy! Your baby boy! Hold on, give me a second. So, you don't have enough hands for this, huh? That's why that's why. He suddenly grabbed the corner of his cheek and tore the skin off his head. What was revealed beneath it was his blue skin and white hair. I don't know if he wants your foot, it's you. But him revealing his true form only made me more vigilant. Inspector, it appears the fact that you still see me as a threat. Believe it or not, I don't have time to play Mr. Triple Agent for that stupid organization from G3. What are you doing here? What else can I be doing here? Our boss gave me clear instructions to make sure you succeeded in your mission. But it seems you have everything under control. However, you know very well who the actual killer is, don't you? Just what the hell happened back here? I thought he was good at this. How could he screw up things this badly? Why didn't you just go and ask him yourself? You're as tough as ever. Suit yourself then. I don't really give a damn about that guy's past. Oops. But do we really have to pin it on that woman from the same floor? Why, Claude? Do you like her? Each sacrifice is for the future of the company. Each one is necessary. Our boss is really getting to you, isn't he? Company this, company that. That's all he ever talks about. All of us are merely little pawns in his hands. What did you say? No offense, but this is nothing but a job to me. I'm not trying to debate the ethics of what we do, nor am I interested in his great vision. And why don't you use your brain once and think about what you truly want instead of being a slave to his company all day? What I truly want. You know, finding the love of your life, forming a family, that sort of thing. Why, Claude? Do you want to do all these things too? Don't end up like me. An old guy who still doesn't have a single clue what he should be doing in his life. I also technically helped. It's been an exhausting day. I'll see you later. He was about to turn to leave, then he suddenly stopped again. He turned his head at me. Venora, did you come up with that name yourself? Yes. The ever so gloomy look of his face unusually perked up out of nowhere. I didn't think you'd be so good at naming yourself. That's a really nice name. Why don't you keep it for yourself? What was that? See you later, Venora. Make sure you report to that guy in time. He's kind of anal about that. With that, he disappeared across the street and once again became part of the crowd. Finding the love of my life and starting my own family. Is that still possible for someone like me? What am I thinking? No matter what, my mission here is accomplished. As long as the G4 Investigation Bureau can't figure out who the true killer is, everything will still be under our control. It's time for me to move on to my next destination and complete my next mission. G4 Suburbs. The mansion of Myers' former lawyer and traitor, Vincent Edgeworth. What? So I work for the Vincent Edwards. That name, I remember now. That man is far more frightening than Myers. Being set up. How I have to get out of here. No, my baby. No, I didn't say your name. What? Or should I call you Venora? Chapter, okay. Elijah. Didn't you say this would take 7 hours? How long is this last chapter? Good God. Vincent Edgeworth, is it? Welcome to RMU. Here's the key to your dorm. Enjoy meeting your new roommate. Oh my God, it's them colored. Oh, holy. Ah! Cute. Alright, I'm gonna take off my the Sag emote now. Hold on, I got added for something. Oh, it's something else. Never mind. Alright. So true. Right. New roommate. I have to remember that he's British. Pardon me, is anyone there? I'm coming in. Of course you're coming. Oh, holy shit! This food is good! Yo, this food fucks. Was he not British until this point? God damn. Hello there. Pleasure to meet you. You're Vincent, right? Why, he's always had that stupid goatee. No! Please allow me to introduce myself. They should have revoked it after he grew that stupid goatee. I am your roommate, Victor Blake. I'm majoring in economics. It's an incredible chance of fate for us to meet each other at this place, don't you think? An incredible chance of fate. Don't make me laugh. Everything exists for a reason. Our life experiences are shaped by our own actions, not fate. If you say so. But that also means there has to be a reason for both of us to be standing here, correct? Yeah, this outfit, amazing. I'd rather live in a single room. I see that you're a pretty straightforward guy, huh? I understand. First day of school is always quite nerve-wracking, isn't it? Multiple. But you can quote me on this. I'm sure we're going to be great friends. Anyway, shall we start with some simple introductions? Why don't we get to know each other a bit first? Which district are you from, Vincent? The G4 district. G4, is it? Same here. Then it looks like we're both domestic students. What do you like about G4? Where do you usually go to have fun? I don't really go out much. He just like me for real. Victor, why did you fall for like some guy who just walked in wearing a full suit and bow tie, bro? With shitty ass hair too, like what the hell? Cause it's right. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back from pissing. Sorry, I got interrupted. Someone walked in and I was like, oh, hold up. And then I got hit by the overwhelming need to piss. So we're here now. Right. I see. I don't remember what they were up to. Hold on. Alright. What about hobbies? What do you like to do in your spare time? I enjoy reading about history and philosophy. Oh, that's exciting. What else? That's it. Is that not enough? I see. It seems like you've been working pretty hard, huh, Vincent? You think I'm boring? No, why would I? If anything, I should learn to be more like you. Anyway, I heard that there's going to be a freshman party tonight. Would you like to come with me, Vincent? Yeah, legit, you guys are living together and he still wants your number. It's crazy. I'm not interested. That man is desperate. Desperate for real. Bro, just find a better man. And like, I don't know. Okay, but what's wrong with making some new friends? Do I look like I'm here to make friends? You have absolutely no clue how much I put in, or how much work I put in over the last few years. Being accepted by RMU is a well-deserved milestone for me. True? But all the other idiots here think that just by getting here it means they've won in life. All the G4 students and even people from other districts want to study at this prestigious school. But for those people, those 3 letters of RMU merely serve as a title for them to show off. The true reason for them to celebrate on the first day is that their goal was just to get admitted here. I see that you have pretty high expectations for others as well, huh, Vincent? Victor, you should have done work as a therapist instead. I think you would have done a little bit better than Albert. However, please allow me to disagree with you. You're wrong to assume that those students are celebrating because they believe they no longer need to work hard. Perhaps for them, RMU symbolizes the beginning of a new chapter in their life. I could care less about what you think. It's the fact that their names start with the same letter is throwing me off so hard. I could care less about what you think. What remains unchanged is that they're wasting their time. But I'm different. I know I still have a long way to go. We are at the top university in the G4 district, and not to mention the most competitive one. Sorry. He really isn't. He really doesn't want to be like the other girls. RMU's acceptance rate is only 4.5%. And because of that, I will cherish my time here even more. I will be focusing on my studies and only my studies. Nothing else. He's like Chunibyo, but like only for studying. Which is like the saddest kind of type of Chunibyo. That competition is far from over. If I dawdle now, it will be no different than admitting defeat to others here. I will only consider myself a success when I get hired by that place. Oh, Victor. By that place? Well, let me guess. Could you possibly be aiming for the Myers Corporation? That is hilarious. Are you mocking me? Oh no, don't get me wrong. I just think Vincent's adorable. So adorable that I want to laugh. I was worried for a second that my roommate was going to be boring as hell. But now I see I was terribly wrong. Every word you say can entertain me all day. I see why he would not succeed as a therapist. It is because he's also a bitch all day long. What did you just say? My dear Vincent, do you mind if I ask what your major is? I'm a law student. Law student, huh? Indeed, you certainly don't look like an engineering student. Do you really think studying hard is all you need to do? Well, true. To get into a top company in G4? Quit joking around. Pure hard work is not the only thing that matters in the workplace. Socializing is also an integral part of it. This is especially important for your chosen profession. With such a lousy personality, I shudder to think of the lonely life you lead. And guess who was there with him? Even if you do get into the Maya's corpse, you will just be ostracized by everyone. Your coworkers won't like you, and your boss will just think you're useless and incapable of understanding the ways of the world. It will be your fate to end up being an outcast and be forced to leave the Myers Corporation because you don't belong there. Oh wait, or should I say, this will be a life experience shaped by your own actions. But since you've already made up your mind, there's nothing I can do about it. I respect your decision. Victor would make a great parent, like the putting it in a different context to force your child to do what you want kind of way, you know? But if you change your mind at any time, please feel free to join us at the party. He really is. I hope to see you at the freshman party, Vincent. We'll catch up later. Oh, look at him. He's sad and alone and has no friends. Unforgivable. He had such a sickening smile on his face, and his words were filled with nothing but sarcasm. I resent hypocritical arrogance comes like him more than those unproductive, good-for-nothing students. Myers outcast. My destiny is... He's chuny. He's chuny as hell. My destiny is mine to decide. I have not asked for your worthless opinions, and certainly don't need a loser like you to mock my dreams. No, not in that way. In the really sad way. You're alone, Vincent. Get some friends. I shouldn't be thinking about these useless matters. Thank God he's left the room at least give me one more night alone. Lonely as. Instead of getting indignant about a guy like that, I might as well use the evening to improve my knowledge furthermore. Oops. So which book should I start with today? Being and Nothingness, Republic, The Birth of Tragedy. Kane will be too deep into his, you know. Why don't we start with Leviathan today? What the fuck? And from this diffidence of one another, there is no way for any man to secure himself so reasonable as anticipation. That is, by force or wiles, to master the persons of all men. He can so long till he see no other power great enough to endanger him. Victor Blake was his name, wasn't it? Come to think of it, he was my first roommate and the first person I ever met here. Did the person at the hall, at the lobby of your dorm mean nothing to you? Maybe I shouldn't have given him the cold shoulder in the first day. I know, right? It wasn't the wisest thing to do. After all, I will be spending most of my time here in this tiny room with him. Of course you're a rich motherfucker, aren't you? No, that's not true. I should be able to move out and live alone next year. Oh, sorry, I don't know why he's becoming British. I have no reason to put on a smile for this guy. And I'm not in the mood to do that. It's the Victor invading his brain. Law can never be against reason. Our lawyers are agreed. And that not the letter, that is a reconstruction of it. But that which is according to the intention of the legislator is the law. Stop thinking about him. Oh my god. It's 12 o'clock. When is this guy going to return? Why am I thinking about him? His lifestyle is definitely none of my business. It feels as if I'm eagerly... Bro. Just go to the party. Not that the death of one man, though without sin, can satisfy for the offenses of all men. In the rigor of justice, but in the mercy of God, that ordained such sacrifices for sin as he was pleased in his mercy to accept. I don't know. Why is he reading the Bible? Why does he have the Bible? It's 3:30 in the morning, I say, looking at the time. This is inexcusable. Right. On your very first day at RMU, all you do is party until the wee hours of the morning. Where did you get the confidence to speak to me like that? I don't know, the wee hours kind of made him more British. Are we sure he's not the British one? What if G4 is British? Have you considered that, Liza? Maybe G4 is British. He's so much more British than Victor. Victor is kind of low-key, maybe like Southern. What was I even worried about? After all, I'll be spending this year alone again, but in this room, won't I? French words? Who? What the fuck? Geniuses are often born in isolation, with a lonely destiny. I don't like this ASMR. They often have a tendency for self-abandonment, to abandon everything for their ideals. When does the ASMR stop? Nothing is predestined in life. I've always believed that ever since I was a child. A person's destiny can be changed by no one but themselves. I think we're invited, Eliza. Oh. Ordinary people obey fate. But the strong ones become rulers of their own destiny. Like Gillian Tidestrider from hit D&D podcast, just roll with it. To enter Myers Corporation and become the creme de la creme of the creme de la creme is my goal. But why? Why do I still feel so helpless sometimes? In the face of so-called fate. The real loneliness is a deep void, an emptiness that will drive you crazy. Even in the midst of cheering, you feel nothing but emptiness, melancholy, and frustration inside you. I didn't expect to get a crotch shot here. When I stand in the middle of a crowd, I feel even more lonely and out of place than I do when I am alone. I look at all the people drinking and chatting and can only ask myself, why don't I feel the same joy as they do? Have I really abandoned everything that I deserve to pursue my dream? Is the loneliness that I feel a price that I must pay? It's not, but you decided to pay for it. I know better than anyone else that coming here won't change anything. It's a brand new year. I hope all the misfortunes will go away. I'm going to be an adult soon. Perhaps I'll be more mature then. Or maybe I'll finally be able to make real friends when I go to my new school. I know, right? Birthdays, New Year's, new schools. I've heard similar Are you a god, Vincent? Is that what you're trying to say? I've heard similar prayers all my life. Humans always like to place hopes on useless things that make them feel like a turnaround will come out of nowhere. They willingly blind themselves and are reluctant to see the truth that many of the changes in their lives need to be done by themselves. What will change in the new year if you don't do anything? How will you become more mature if you don't even try to improve yourself? But in the end, I realized I'm really not that different from them. I'd hoped my life would change when I came to RMU. I'd hope I would find real friends at RMU. You found a boyfriend. I think that counts. It's a friend. Kinda. It's 5 in the morning. Looks like I won't be getting any sleep today. Looks at time. I might as well pack up and get ready for the first day of school. Victor. Vincent, you're still awake? I'm not feeling so well. I think I might be. Oh, he's gone. Victor! I know, right? They fell in love. Ugh. You're awake? Are you feeling any better? Are you in his arms or what? Something? What time is it? How long have I been asleep? It's already noon. Oh God, I've missed all my morning classes. Well, am I supposed to congratulate you? Not only that, but you made me miss all my morning classes as well. I'm sorry. Perhaps you don't remember, but a doctor from the infirmary has visited here. I was worried that you were seriously ill, but the doctor said that it seemed to be a case of overexhaustion and stress. She said that with some rest you should be able to recover soon. Is that so? Thank goodness. But if that's the case, why are you still here with me? I guess I just wanted to make sure you were feeling better when you woke up with my own eyes. Oh wait, holy shit, that's so cute! I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to do, so I bought you a cup of hot chocolate. I also asked him to make the foam on top in the shape of a kitten. They are. You barely know this guy for like a day, bro. Like, chill. What's so funny? No, nothing. But why, Vincent, after all that I said? To be honest, I'd rather just turn a blind eye to you. I don't want to have anything to do with your life or death. But you're my roommate, so you're part of my responsibilities. I had no other choice. What were you thinking? Ruining your body by partying into the early hours of the morning the day before school started. I didn't go. What? I didn't go to the freshman party. Then what were you doing all night? What's wrong with these people? Just like chill. Like, isn't it obvious? I wanted to get away from you. Get away from me? Am I that obnoxious to you? No, it's because of the things you said. It may not seem like it, but I haven't slept well for days on end. Oh God, we're getting another flashback. Let me go. Late into every night, I'm plagued by a million thoughts. I never knew what I was going to do when I got here. Everything about the future terrifies me. My goal was to get accepted to RMU, but a lot of the time it felt like I was just carrying out my family's expectations of me. You have to make us proud. That's what my parents would always say to me. Huh? What? I was working on... He's working on my end. Hello? Eliza, what's up? What's up, bro? Yeah. Eliza! Eliza! Oh no! the, the British was too strong. The British hit too strong. No, oh no. Yeah, there's a bunch of shortcuts for Twitch. If you're like not typing, they can activate. Yeah. Yeah, man. When I finally got here, I just felt lost and overwhelmed. I made it to RMU. I have succeeded, right? But then what? What happens after that? Why isn't anyone telling me what to do next? It was as if I was standing on the last step of a staircase. But it didn't lead anywhere. That's when I realized I had not a single clue what I wanted. And then I met you. And that feeling became stronger and stronger. Everything about you irritated me. Your condescending attitude and the way you talked without any consideration for others made me want to punch you in the face. If only that was the truth. One night spent in the cold suburb subbing me up. I wasn't actually angry with you. I was just disappointed in myself. Why? Ow! Oh. Oh no! Because you're different from me, Vincent. You're an admirable person, unlike me and many of the students here. You know exactly what you want. You have a clear goal in mind, and every drop of your effort goes towards it. We were talking about it, and maybe Vincent is the British one, or like European one, and maybe Victor is just like American. Oh god. Bro, I don't want my wolves to be depressed. You came here because you wanted to be here. And I came here simply because that was what I had been told to do my whole life. Oh, why are you blushing? This guy just told you his entire fucking depressing ass life story. The loss I felt for myself when I heard you say those words had never been stronger. But I was unwilling to face the truth, and I turned it into jealousy. I'm sorry, Vincent. I said terrible things to you. Huh? Are you blushing? No, I just didn't expect you to be so honest with me. Is it because I called you an admirable person? You enjoyed being complimented like that, didn't you? Ayo. I don't know what you're talking about. Come to think of it, you still have classes this afternoon, don't you? There's no point in staying here for me. In that case, I'll take my leave then. Two more things. Ayo, first, maybe I don't fully understand how you feel, and I'm not sure what to say to make you feel better. But you're here for 4 years, aren't you? I know, that's what I'm saying. He's probably American. Guys who walked around. I'm sure you'll find your goal eventually. A goal that's just for you. If all you need is someone to talk to you when you're feeling down, I'll be here for you. Second, you have the right to be angry with me if I make you upset. And I allow you to do that. Ayo? See you this evening, Victor. Wait a minute, Vincent. Thanks for the hot chocolate. Why? What the fuck? Why did I end up in a tsundere? And just like that, they became college roommates for the next 4 years. Who the fuck is this red text? And why exactly are you telling me these? I know who you really are, infiltrator. What you should be scared of is if Monsieur M finds out. It'll be all over for you. But I know what you want, believe it or not. To a certain extent. We actually share the same goal. The same goal? Who the fuck is... Say... Want to collaborate with me, my dear infiltrator? What if... What... Vincent Edgeworth. It's been a long time, Venora. A long time. Didn't we just meet last night?
Ha ha ha.
Indeed, in a sense we did. But I'm sure you'll agree we're all... Shut up. We're all more than just mindless walking corpses, aren't we?
Ha ha ha.
Oops. Venora, have you ever considered what decides someone's personality? Well, it should be obvious that none of us were born with a fixed personality. A person's character can change based on their living environment, their family upbringing, and how people behave around them. Yeah! In other words, their life experiences forge their personality, or should I say, their memories. Correct. That means that depending on the number of memories recollected, a person's demeanor and mannerisms will also change somewhat. And it's obvious to me that the woman standing in front of me right now is not the same person as the one I saw last night. By the way, I must comment. Your new glove suits you very well.
Nara.
However, what I'm curious to know is how much of your memory has truly come back. Only a bit. Yeah, I'm gone. I'm dead. I remember that I was a detective from the G4 Investigation Bureau. I remember that I came to your mansion to investigate the case of missing citizens over these recent years, and the truth behind the G4 cyborg incident. Well, most... yeah, I know, right? And after that? I don't remember what happened after that. Is that so? That's fine. We should take everything one step at a time, wouldn't you agree? It's certainly not a wise idea to rush things. Vincent, you knew exactly who I was all along. Why were you hiding everything from me? Me? Hiding everything? You've got it all wrong, madam. If I didn't wish to help you, why would I go through all this trouble to offer you leads? That business card? Was your intention to give me that business card to lead me back to the Myers Corporation to find my memories. You have a special power in you, don't you? As I expected, you've discovered it as well. You are able to see past memories contained in certain objects. If that's the case, do you even need me to tell you about your past? Even if I had told you the truth while we were in the mansion, that would be nothing more than just a bedtime story for you. It wouldn't have helped you find your true self, would it? In other words, you wanted me to utilize this power myself so I could truly realize my own past? I don't believe anything you say. You have no reason to help me at all. As the former lawyer for the Myers Corp, you pinned all of the blame on Winston for the G-Force cyborg incident. You were willing to do anything to get what you were after. There has to be another reason for you to do everything you did for me. I don't care what's going on between you and the Myers Corps at the present time, but what I do know is you're not a righteous person and cannot be trusted. A righteous person? Venara, with all due respect, you're even more humorous without your memory than with it. Have you ever heard of something like this, Venora? Kill one man and you are a murderer. Kill millions of men and you are a conqueror. Kill them all and you are a god. And how would you define a righteous person, Venora? Are you telling me you think you qualify as one? In this world, there is nothing that is absolutely right, nor is there anything that is absolutely wrong. The essence of good and evil is really just success and failure, just a matter of different perspectives. All things could be just from one point of view, but... all things could be just from one point of view, but maybe immoral from another. But that doesn't really matter either. In the end, none of us are entitled to stand for what we think is right and criticize others. Every human being, living and dead, every species, has done selfish things for their own benefit. But humans and only humans have invented one set of moral concepts after another to justify their self-centered actions. How many things that used to be considered taboo are now acceptable, and how many things that were considered harmless in the past are now unacceptable? Righteousness and wickedness, justice and evil. These are all just fabrications created by human society. As time passes, as the ruling groups change, they find that the reasoning of the past no longer justifies their actions today. Time and time again, humans find new justifications and rewrite their norms over and over again. In order to label themselves as righteous, to stand in the shoes of an omniscient God, and to judge others by their so-called morality. How long is he gonna talk about morality? What the hell? But these moral judgments are about good and evil cannot exist until they are decreed by a society's central authority. Once removed from legal and social constraints, these definitions no longer hold water. What exactly are you getting at? Yeah, same, Venora. Bro, like, what is he talking? Are you sure you didn't get a philosophy degree, bro? Oh, his gay aura is back. Heroes and villains don't exist. All that really exists are losers and winners. Become a winner in society. Become the conqueror of the world, and you will be on the right side of history. By the same token, become a loser, and you will be on the side of wrongdoing. It is not up to you or me to decide who is righteous between us. It all depends on who comes out on top, right? Where's Victor? They need to kiss. I want to stop talking as this man. Not only that, but the tip of the iceberg you're remembering now only serves to distort the truth. When you get all your memories back, perhaps you will be enlightened. You will understand why I've done all those things. But of course, I don't really care about that either. Yeah, because the only person whose approval you care about is Victor's. So we should befriend Victor and for safety. The thought of winning your approval has never crossed my mind once, Venora. Nor do I need it at all. I never said what you did was without reason, Vincent. On the contrary, I'm pretty sure that you do have one. Righteous or not, all I want is the truth, and only the truth. The truth, is it? I see. In that case, may I offer you a proposition? Why don't we explore that room together? That room filled with truth. Huh? Are you saying... That's correct. The secret chamber of the G4 cyborg incident is hidden somewhere in this room. What do you think, Venora? Why not use your power to solve the mystery here? The elevator. That's what I took to get to the basement. There's no need to worry about Draco, Venora. Huh? What do you mean? I'm always worried about him. You know where he is? No, but what I do know is he's not as vulnerable as you imagine him to be. No, I miss him. Get out. I don't want you. I want Draco. What the fuck? A computer. Looks like you need to follow on screen. Okay. I don't know what the password is yet. Okay. A bookcase full of books. How fascinating. Vincent took a book of... I don't like this guy's commentary. Can I have Draco back? Off the bookcase and flipped through it. Do you enjoy reading, Venora? Not really? Not really. Is it because you can't understand them? Vincent mocked me as he put the book back on the shelf. Listen! But how strange it is, don't you think? We're in the basement of the Myers corpse, yet the bookcase is filled with books on history and philosophy. Huh? Of course, I won't complain as those happen to be my favorite as well. What the fuck? Well, having cold feet, aren't we? Didn't you want to know the truth, Venora? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wait, is that the exit? Of course, if you have simply changed your mind, I won't force you to stay either way. In the end, your past memories have nothing to do with me, wouldn't you agree? I can't leave yet. I need to find the secret chamber. I didn't even know that wasn't the secret chamber! I don't want to talk to Vincent. Fuck off, bitch. What the hell happened here? Interesting. I need this man to stop talking. The blood splatters on the walls are fresh. It looks like a fight just happened here before we arrived. Then this must be a fight between Draco and that monster. Is it his other father? Is that who he's fighting? Like, I swear to God. I always was. Kind of pink box. Oh. A drawer. I slide open it and took a look. Inside were just some discarded papers. Pog. Oh! A white mug fell out and shattered on the floor. For some reason, Vincent's face turned sullen. Are you mad at me for breaking the mug, Vincent? No, why would I be mad about? Oh, ah! Vincent suddenly lost his balance. Without the support of the wall, he might have already fallen to the floor. Vincent, are you okay? Now turn company closer. Vincent held out one of his hands, telling me not to come closer. I'm fine. I don't need you to. Yeah, people, go to bed. Leaning against the cupboard by the wall, he regained his footing. Let's continue our investigation. People needs to go to bed. A poster of Meyer-chan. White glue. Okay. Venora, may I ask what your thoughts of the design of Meyer-chan are? The intent of mascots is generally to serve as a bridge between the brand and the user, reflecting the company's spirit and strengths. Myers-chan look as a mechanical prosthesis may be a bit too straightforward for many people, but I don't think there's any harm in a unique and comical design like this. If you place Meyer-chan next to other corporate mascots, it would stand out simply by making people go, huh? What's this supposed to be? Which is also an advantage in some sense. It's true. In other words, you believe Meyer-chan. If you have to put it that way, then yes. I thought it looked so hideous that I gave mine to Victor. I guess I can't really blame you for that. Oh, where's my clues? History and philosophy. I don't want to talk to this guy. Can I stab him? Wait. Oh. There's another poster hidden underneath Meyer-chan's poster. Can I? So it was blue, red? Oh. Oh, okay, let me click. The Destruction of Leviathan. Oh, it's a book that he has. Why? Oh. Gillian Tides Trader? No, that's his boy. His boy, Dugan. History and philosophy. Vincent, you mentioned that Leviathan is also the name of a philosophical work, right? That is correct. I set my eyes quickly over each of the book's titles. Being and Nothingness. The Birth of Tragedy. Leviathan. I took Leviathan off the bookcase and opened the book. As I had expected, the inside of the book is actually completely hollow. Hidden inside is a key. A key. I don't want to talk to this man. I'm tired of his dumb ass. Why not? Wait. I think this is the first one where I'm just like, what the fuck do I do? Wait, hold on, actually. That's teal. It's still teal. That's pink though. Still teal. It's Vincent Hennett. It's still teal. So I'm looking for purple, teal, orange, and red. Why do I need to? It's not even piss. What the fuck? Yes. Be careful, Venora. Don't hurt yourself. I can't let Eliza cook. Eliza's played this game like 3 times. I squatted down and carefully touched one of the shards with the tip of my finger. Yeah. Exactly. Here you are, Inspector. You know, something's been bothering me for a while. What is it, Monsieur M? Inspector, if somebody could get a crystal clear view of anyone's memory, like seeing how a seemingly strong person had actually hidden in a corner and cried out in pain, or the deceit and arguments behind what appears to be a beautiful love story, or someone's painful childhood memories that have been repressed in the depths of their mind. What kind of power do you think this person would have in the world? They would be like an all-knowing, all-powerful god. They would see all those things that no one wants to reveal and discover the truth that everyone is trying to hide. Yes, there is no doubt that they could rule the entire world. And my goal is to be that person. Are you saying, yes, that's right, our researchers are getting closer and closer to reaching success. Soon I will become an omniscient god. I will be able to see everyone's past and spy deep into their hearts. But strangely enough, ever since this time last year, important research documents and samples belonging to our organization have been disappearing one by one. What's even stranger is they all happen to be related to the research of this power. You mean they were stolen? Someone is trying to steal our organization's research. It's indisputable that this thief is a member of our organization. There's a traitor who wants to acquire this power for themselves. Well, Inspector, have you noticed any suspicious members within the organization? Sorry, I haven't been paying much attention. That's too bad. You know, Inspector, there's something I've always admired about you. Whether you're telling the truth or not, you are always able to keep that innocent look on your face. Monsieur M, I would never lie to you. I don't know about that. I'm not all about that. Oh, am I? But surely, such high-level research material is not something that just anyone can comprehend, wouldn't you agree? If the thief was able to pinpoint exactly those documents and samples related to memory reading power, I think he must be one of your researchers. My apologies. Please allow me to pick up the phone. Hello, Monsieur M speaking. Is that so? I see. Well done. Inspector, looks like I need to take my leave now. Keep being a good girl. Don't touch anything on my desk. Perhaps there's a big secret hidden in this pink envelope. Well, who knows? And by the way, you were right. The thief was indeed one of our researchers. I'll see you later. I'm gonna touch the desk. Gonna touch all of the desk. Monsieur M has left. From what I've heard, ever since Monsieur M received the training video, he became more and more paranoid. Well, to be honest, I actually have no clue what he was like before that either. Tomorrow, I will visit Vincent Edgeworth's mansion and investigate him using my cover as a detective. But my real objective is to uncover his secret weapon and destroy it. You know, Inspector, there's something I've always admired about you. Whether you're telling the truth or not, you are always able to keep that innocent look on your face. However, I keep thinking about what Monsieur M had said today. At first, it seemed that he suspected me of being the thief, but we actually both knew that this was impossible. The reason is simple. I wasn't even a part of this organization a year ago. There is no way I could have stolen those things. And by the way, you were right. The thief was indeed one of our researchers. Just before Monsieur M left, he received a phone call. The person on the other end may have just told him the true identity of the thief. But judging from Monsieur M's reaction, everything seemed to be as he expected. Therefore, it is way more likely that Monsieur M knew who the teeth was long before our conversation. In that case, why would Monsieur M invite me here to have such a seemingly meaningless conversation? And it just happened to be the night before I was to go on a mission. Desktop on Monsieur M's desk. Should I turn it on? Yes. Teal, pink, green, purple, orange. Okay. Teal, pink. Oh. Damn. Oh. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. 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 And this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yes. Would that change anything? Nope. Okay, good to know. Right. Nancy M's mug. Oh, hot chocolate. Nice. What is it, Venora? Were you able to see anything? No, not really. Is that so? Then please forgive me for asking such a question. Was teal, pink, I think it was green, purple. Shit. Listen, I don't judge who Albert takes as his as his client, okay? Mars Corp is a mechanical engineer corporation. Producing fully mechanical bionic robots should be much easier for them. If that's the case, why build half human, half robotic ones instead? These cyborgs have to constantly feed on human flesh to even maintain their human appearance. No matter how you look at it, that's only going to place a lot more burden on Myers Corp's shoulders. And that's also what led to the continuous disappearance of citizens in the G4 district. They were being used as cattle, which eventually uncovered the whole experiment. I see where you're coming from. That's indeed a reasonable question to ask. But Venora, may I ask what you think the real reason for the Myers-Corp's experimentation with cyborgs is? This may sound absurd. I think Myers wants to conquer the world. They want to become a new god. And what good would it do to them to conquer the world? Isn't it obvious? They would possess endless money and power. Is that so? So you think the Myers-Corps is building half human, half robotic cyborgs purely for the sake of power and money? You have realized as well, if that's all Myers wants, then it's enough for them to keep making the artificial prosthetics they do. Theoretically, they've already conquered the G4 district, haven't they? It wouldn't be a stretch to bring other districts to their knees in the same way. In that case, I'm sure you can easily conclude that there must be other reasons for the Myers-Corps to start this series of experiments. Fonara, let's think about it another way. If you are the Myers-Corps and you think you are God, what are these cyborgs to you? If I am Myers and I think I am God, these cyborgs are a new species that I've created. Correct? Oh god, I'm back in the Death Note. Get me out. That was supposed to be in 2010. 2012, 2010. Oh my god. Let me go, bro. Benora, have you heard of the Voorhees Corporation by any chance? The Bioengineering Corporation located in G3. Yes, just like Myers. Voorhees used to be an international super monopoly. They shared a similar goal as well. The mutants as we know them today were actually the product of Voorhees. Similar to the Myers, Voorhees aimed to replace the current human race with a newly created species. But the difference is, Voorhees mutants don't need to feed on humans to survive. Even though these mutants have special abilities compared to ordinary humans, people don't necessarily agree that this makes them more superior. Presently, tensions between mutants and humans are particularly high in G3. Some mutants do believe that they are better than ordinary humans, but many humans believe that mutants are monsters that should not exist, and that humans are the rightful ruler of the earth. I don't know about that. Of course, there are also those who believe that the two can live together in harmony. The Myers-Corps witnessed all of that. They came to the conclusion that if they were going to create a species that is 100% above humans, the survival of that species must depend on the death of humans. Mediocre humans must give up their lives in order to create our utopia. It is a necessary sacrifice. Wouldn't they end up cannibalizing themselves though once they run out of humans? Unless they're planning to breed them like cattle. That's what the Myers Corporation thought. I understand now. It is not a flaw that the cyborgs Myers produces need to feed on humans. In fact, it is quite the opposite. That's the intention of the Myers Corporation to begin with. What did I say? I already forgot. If the cyborgs are placed at the top of the food chain above humans, there will never be a chance for equality between the two. Correct. Alright, let me do my fucking puzzles, Vincent. think it was. Okay. I need to go look at that again. Yes. 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 Wait, where the fuck is the... Oh wait, that's gone now because of this. Alright, let me check. Turn on your fucking lamp, bro. Wait, I already have it. I'm a fool. Okay, give me a second. I'd love Victor more than Vincent. He's a bitch. One red. What I find inside is cute. Is this Richie, Penelope, and Bosch? Those are the names of my 3 cats. Victor's and eyes and arms. Isn't this a picture of you guys at university? Vincent didn't answer. He looked away to the other side of the room. Hey, yo. Can I have this? Oh, fuck. Give me a second. I didn't write it down. Open up. This is Vincent's or Victor's office? When can I have Draco back? Oh. Am I supposed to put spaces between them? Oh, okay. Sorry. Ah! Sorry, I accidentally hit F11. Rust. Boggers. Oh no. Well done, Venora. Can I have my own name back? I like that more. Oh no, not the static again. Well, yeah, me too, girl. I think it's thundering, so I'm sorry if that comes across. I wonder. And if my internet dies. My vision blurred as soon as the secret chamber opened. I could no longer see my surroundings, but I could vaguely sense a black shadow appearing in front of me. Do you remember now? Your mission. She was staring straight at me with a creepy smile on her face. My mission? You know what I mean, don't you? I'm sure you do. That man has to die. Hold on. Give me a second. She turned around and began to walk slowly, bit by bit, towards the chamber. That man has to die. I watched her step into the chamber until her whole body was swallowed by the darkness. Yeah, a true proud father he is. What was that thing? What is it, Venora? Why are you still hesitating? I know, right? Didn't seem to catch the strange sight. Who has to die? Which one? Ladies first. No, you. I insist. His smile still makes me feel uneasy. Alright, I'm about to die. I didn't say anything more. After a few seconds of hesitation, I gathered my courage and walked into the secret chamber. I could feel Vincent following me closely. It looks like a toilet seat. Low-key, like... especially with this, like, separator bar. I think it's like a light or something. Those dark green walls and that dim light. The sight in front of me didn't surprise me. The chamber looked exactly like the one I saw earlier in the cyborg's eyeball. OMG! And all around me were bloodthirsty cyborgs chained to the wall. But at that moment, the only thing that caught my attention was this one cyborg in front of me. He kept lunging at me like a murderous beast, but the limb restraints made it difficult for him to move an inch. The way he looks. Wait a minute, there's no doubt that he's the same cyborg I saw from the memory of that eyeball. No, it's more than that. Everything I'm seeing right now feels so familiar. It's exactly the same as what I'm seeing now. I don't understand. Was I not seeing the past memories of that cyborg, but my own present experience? I thought back to everything I had experienced since coming to the Myers corpse. I suddenly realized something that I had overlooked this whole time. What is it, Venora? Have you discovered anything new? It was you along, wasn't it, Vincent? Was it? Vincent wasn't fazed at all. Instead, he had a contemptuous smile on his face. I don't like him front-facing! No! Turn back to the side, bitch! Your fucking McDonald's arches bother me! No! The graffiti outside the Myers Corporation. The invitation letter and the 4-digit code of the employee passageway. The history and philosophy books in the basement. What cowlick, bro? There should only be one! And that college photo in the box. From the time I arrived at Myers till now. I had always assumed that the experiments here were conducted by the secret underground Myers Corporation themselves. But it doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would the Myers Corporation call themselves Murder and use the same combination as the employee access password? And that party on the same day as your accident. Why would that have been the beginning of the nightmare for the Myers Corporation? Why would the bookcase in the basement here be filled with your favorite books in philosophy and history? And why is that college photo of you and Victor a clue to unlocking the secret chamber? If you think about it, there can only be one explanation. Because this whole time, it wasn't the secret underground Myers Corporation that was still conducting experiments here at the site, but you, Vincent Edgeworth. An interesting theory. Indeed. It seems I can't really blame you for thinking that way. If your suspicions are correct, then why would I come here to help you expose myself? It's simple. This is all part of your plan. In the case of the G4 cyborg incident, you as the lawyer for the Myers Corporation pinned all the blame on Winston Loomis. To cover up the fact that the cyborg experiment was planned by the Myers Corporation themselves. And yet, instead of being valued by the Myers Corporation, you were almost killed in their carefully orchestrated car accident. You tried your very, very best and devoted everything you had to them, but all they did was discard you like a pawn. So with this grudge against them, you decided to take your revenge on the Myers Corporation. To defeat the Myers Corporation and become the one in control, you needed to master technology even more advanced than theirs and become even more frightening than the Myers Corporation. Having come to this conclusion, you decide to rescue Winston from prison and made a deal with him to reassemble the cyborgs that the Myers Corporation had discarded, and together develop a new technology that would strike fear into Myers. And that technology is what I have inside me, the ability to see others' past. Not only that, you actually knew very well that the Myers Corporation was conducting similar research, but their progress was very slow. So you made a deal with a member of Myers' secret organization and had him assist you in stealing all of the documents and samples related to the research into this power by the Myers Corporation. Around the same time, you sent Myers a threatening video which suggested that you were developing a secret weapon, which caused him great paranoia. After you obtained everything you needed, you brutally murdered that member and used his corpse as cattle feed for your reconstituted cyborgs. Whoa! His name was Dr. Richard Emanon. He was tragically found dead in his apartment with his body ripped apart. And after that, I was sent to your mansion as a detective to investigate the recent disappearances and the truth behind the G4 cyborg accident. Strangely enough, I can't remember what happened after that. I woke up in your mansion and had lost all my memories. But unexpectedly, I gained the power to see other people's past, which I didn't possess before. But the clues I discovered at the Myers Corporation told me. On the night I came to your mansion, in fact, you and I visited this building, the old Myers Corporation, together as a pair. I haven't yet figured out what really happened that night, but what I do know is you're the culprit behind the disappearances that have happened in the G4 district over the past few years. You've been secretly reassembling cyborgs here with Winston. You need cattle feed to keep them alive. And me? I was used by you as a guinea pig to test this new power you created. The power to see other people's memories. Somehow you erased my memory to see if I could utilize my new power to find clues about my past. You set up the old Myers Corporation building as a testing ground for me and designed all sorts of puzzles. Then lied to me about finding Myers Corporation business card in my pocket when I woke up in your mansion and lured me here to begin your experiment. Well, how's that? Is there anything else I need to explain? Well done, Venora. You're truly impressive. Impressive. In other words, you don't deny everything I've said? Correct. I admit I am the one behind everything. However, I must comment. There's one fatal error in your near-perfect reasoning. How do you know that you're really Venora, cyborg lady? Weren't you the one who called me Venora first? True. But have you forgotten? As we discussed before, a person's personality is determined by how much it could be how much they remember. The reason why I call you Venora is because your demeanor is the same as hers. In other words, I know you have recovered the memory of Venora's and think you are her. But if that same memory was given to another cyborg, they too would think they were Venora, wouldn't they? You're toying with me. I don't believe you. Venora, do you perhaps remember the date of the day you came to my mansion as a detective? Yes, it was December 1, 2086. And do you know what the date is today? No, I don't. Today is March 5, 2087. That's right. You have absolutely no clue what has happened in the last 3 months. The real Venora is long gone. I apologize, Venora. I'm afraid I must end our conversation here. If I have to be honest, I too did not wish to see everything end this way. However, I have no choice but to let you spend the rest of your life here with your kind. True. She's just been staring at me. I'm like, babe, please. I'm trying to have a conversation with this man with his stupid McDonald's arches fucking bangs and his stupid fucking tentacles at the side of his hair, okay? But why? Why are you doing this? If I'm not the real Venora, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to you? Venora or not, your heart belongs to the Myers Corporation. Your body reeks of decay and your soul embodies putrid corruption. She is yours now, my friends. Wait! Amidst the chaos, I subconsciously reach out with my right hand and grab the closest, most accessible thing to me. Vincent's tie. I don't remember why I did that, but what I do remember is when I grabbed this tie, my vision started to blur again. I have to deal with these gay people again? Fuck. The last thing I saw was a hint of panic on Vincent's face. Let me drink some water. Jesus Christ. Gotta be prepared to use fucking gay people soliloquy for fun. Investigation completed. Successfully located the secret chamber. No, it's okay. I will pog through the whatever this is. Vincent Edward, is it? Here's your package. Have a nice day. Listen, you're not the one who's been talking for 5 hours and 30 minutes, Zoob, okay? Leave me alone. Thank you very much. Oh wait, this is still when he's in college. Thank you very much. Oh fuck, I have to find the British in me again. Oh. Oh, hey Vincent. There you are. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you in the library. What's wrong, Vincent? You look a little down. Let me guess, did that international kid from G2 piss you off again? No. Then what's the matter? Did something happen? I was hired by the Myers Corporation. I received my job offer letter from them today. Oh, what did you just say? That's wonderful news, Vincent. Congratulations. We should celebrate. Uh-huh. Vincent, hasn't it been your lifelong dream to work for the Myers Corporation? Why are you looking so glum? Yes, it is indeed my dream to work at the Myers Corporation. It's just, it also means that everything at RMU is about to end. I never thought I would feel such deep sorrow about leaving here. My 4 years here have just flown by. Yes, it's all coming to an end, hasn't it? I still vividly remember the first day we met. I can't believe that was 4 years ago. Speaking of which, the class will be having a graduation party tonight. Would you like to come with me, Vincent? Vincent? What? Not interested. I'm not surprised at all. You know, Vincent, they are all your friends. There's nothing wrong with seeing them one last time, wouldn't you agree? They are not my friends. Maybe you don't feel that way, but they do. They see you as their friend. I don't want to be friends with them. Oh, I quickly became homophobic. Hold on. Give me a fucking second. Surely I can access my own soundboard. Where's Discord? Collab. Okay. I wonder if I quickly became homophobic. Give me a second. Can you hear this? I said that and then didn't pull up chat. Oh, good. Alright. I don't have it. No. Oh, you know what I have though? Oh, and this. Alright. Okay, enough of that. It's okay. What, Liza, do you want to join the call and play it? Alright. Aw, Sag. I don't want to be friends with them. Just having you is enough. Stop blushing! They need to stop blushing. I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna commit a murder right here for fun. Then how about just the two of us? Just you and me. There will be nobody else. You're almost out of university. You've never had a drink, have you? My favorite bar is in downtown G4. Let me take you there. Like a date. What do you think? When? How about 5 o'clock tonight? I'll drive us there. Of course, that also means I won't be able to drink tonight. It's a deal then. Kane! 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 Are you ready, Vincent? Wait a second. Did you use hair gel on your head? What? No. Not only that, but you've also changed into a new suit. Did you really think? Kane is my favorite. I will show you him in my Sims 4 save in a bit. Did you really think this was a date, Vincent? Lamau! Victor really said Lamau. Lamau friendzoned. You have some nerve to say that. Do you really think I can't smell the cologne you're wearing? Okay, you got me there. Anyway, shall we get going then? Game! Did you know an estimated 50 to 80% of life on Earth is located under the surface of the oceans? The oceans contain 99% of the living space in the planet, and humans have only explored less than 10% of that space. Nerd! Not only that, but the oceans account for 96% of all the Earth. All the water on the surface of the Earth. And the remainder, it's all fresh water in the form of rivers, lakes, and ice. At the same time, oh my god, what is this nerd talk? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You sound just like him. I heard that guy's getting a PhD after he graduates. After that, he's going back to G2 to take over his father's company. Oh, really? I have absolutely zero interest in knowing his future career plans. Gain! Oh, really? Shit. Good. Actually, good. Gain! Bartender, please make me another martini. See? I knew you would enjoy martinis. Then what about you, Victor? What are your plans after graduation? Like you, I've been hired by a company. I will be working at their investment department. That's wonderful news to hear, Victor. I'm happy for you. Really, you don't look so happy to me. No. Believe me, I really am. It's just I was thinking, there's maybe the final days we get to sit side by side like this. Oh no, Victor is Sag now. Kane is somewhere here. Guess you're getting too attached to me, huh? Does going into the Myers Corporation alone make you nervous? Sometimes it really feels like you're reading my mind. Eliza! Huh? What's this? A graduation present for me. From me. Since you're going to be working at the Myers Corporation, I thought you would maybe consider changing your outfit. A black tie gives a more professional feel, don't you think? Thank you, Victor. I will treasure it. Kane is getting his heart broken in the background right now. Listen, my friend. What I'm going to say next may sound a little cheesy, but these are all the words that come from the bottom of my heart. Do you remember the day we first met each other in our dorm? How could I ever forget? To tell the truth, I never thought he keeps getting friend zoned. We would become best friends when I met you that day. I know. I did say to you I was sure we would become great friends. However, I didn't really mean it at the time. Yeah. But you've changed me so much in the last 4 years. Perhaps you don't even realize it yourself. Every second I'm with you, I feel like my life is full of meaning. You've helped me regain my purpose. I want to be an outstanding person like you, Vincent, but more importantly, I want to stay with you and keep being there for you. I am sure that you'll achieve so many great things when you enter the Myers Corporation. Because I know you, and I know there's nothing Vincent Edgeworth can't possibly do. He's canon to me. But I also can't deny that your journey at the Myers Corporation won't always be smooth. You're going to face all kinds of challenges, inevitably setbacks, some big, some small. But I want you to know that whenever you feel overwhelmed and need a hand, whenever you need someone to reflect on the ups and downs of life with, I was expecting a CG. You'll always have a dear friend, always waiting for you at the investment department at the Myers Corporation. Could this be? My job offer letter from the Myers Corporation. I'm sorry, Vincent Edgeworth. I'm afraid you're not getting rid of me yet. Listen, I'm fighting for my life. Oh, okay. Vincent! Are you crying? Nothing is predestined in life. I've always believed that ever since I was a child. A person's destiny can be changed by no one but themselves. But at that moment, I finally realized I was wrong. So terribly wrong. The day we met our RMU, the moment he entered my life. Is this his vows? Everything was destined to change. Coming to RMU was my fate. Meeting him was my fate. Getting to know him was my fate. I just remembered that there's a pet store near the bar. Want to go see some kittens? Merlin maybe works at this pet store. But just as one person is enough to transform your life, a corporation full of sin is also enough to take everything away from you. Vincent, the company is in big trouble. You have to make them believe that it's all his fault, or this might be over for us. My name is Vincent Edgeworth. I'm a former attorney at the Myers Corporation. Too many people. An attorney stands for law and justice. Too many people. An attorney stands for law. and justice. Yet my life is filled with nothing but sin. I do whatever it takes to achieve my aims. Forge evidence, bribery, everything. Sounds selfish, doesn't it? But it was all for the best of my company. My one and only dream company. I've never lost a single case I've taken on, even this one. Yet the company paid me back by trying to kill me in a car accident. Pain. Every single bone in my body was crushed. Crimson blood filled my vision. But somehow I survived. The next thing I remember, I was laying on a piece of cold metal. My body couldn't move, but I could faintly hear voices around me. Remove the organs. Begin implanting the endoskeleton. Oh, please no, not the chainsaw sound. I wanted to struggle, I wanted to scream, but all I could do was watch it happen. After hours of operation, I was placed inside the secret chamber. Countless tubes penetrated my torso. Standing in front of me were the core members of the Myers Corporation. No, there was another figure. A figure that seemed so familiar but at the same time different. Mr. Myers? Feed him. A piece of raw meat was thrown in front of me. Human flesh. I felt disgusted, but I couldn't help but engulf it. Leave him in the chamber and observe his behavior. Yes, Monsieur M. Wait, don't go. Tell me why. Tell me why. Why are you doing this? I did everything you asked. I devoted everything I had to this company. I know, Vincent. I know. I've seen all your efforts. And that's why I know. You'd be willing to take this little pain for the company too, wouldn't you? No. No! Goodbye, Vincent Edgeworth. I hope you survive. No. No! I don't remember how long I was kept there. Every day, every second in the chamber felt so long. Revolting chunks of flesh, torn skin, and unbearable pain. I felt that living was worse than death. I just wanted everything to be over. My black tie. It had long been stained crimson with blood. Victor, I wonder how he's doing now. What would he think if he sees the monster I've become? I know, right? He's powering through this memory corification, mechanization bullshit because he's gay. You know what? Good for him. Is this all part of my fate? Joined the Myers Corporation alongside him, but then never able to see him again. I'm the naive one after all. This entire time, I was just another one of Myers' pawns. I was never truly accepted by them. Huh? You're asking me if a person's fate could possibly be changed? If I have to be honest, I can't give you an exact answer either. But what I do know is, if that man is Vincent Edgeworth, then he will never let anyone dictate his destiny. No, destiny or not, this isn't the ending I wanted. They can crush every bone in my body and slice off every inch of my skin. But I, Vincent Edgeworth, cannot accept spending the rest of my life here in this rotting, reeking chamber. I have so much more to achieve, and I have so many things that I want to see again. Even if I am no longer human, even if it's no longer possible for me to return to a normal life, as long as I have one last gasp, I will claw my way back through hell. No, that's not enough. I will make every core member get what they deserve. I will know what it feels like to have. I will let them know what it feels like to have their bodies torn apart. I will make Myers Corporation pay a painful price. Well, it was nice knowing you, Venara. Whatever version you are, I loved you. I also love Draco, so goodbye. You saw all of that. It was you. You were the one who murdered all the core members. Hey, Vincent. What exactly are you? Look, his gay aura is expanding. Me? What am I? Oh shit, sorry. Can't you tell? I'm a product of the Myers Corporation, just like you. Take a good look. This is how Myers Corporation treats a lawyer who has done everything he could for them. I know Myers isn't gone yet, but soon I will clean them all up. I know, right? I let go of Vincent's tie and ran out of the chamber at lightning speed. Good choice! Let's fucking leave! Outside this chamber, I once again saw that mysterious figure. She was standing next to the box, seemingly hinting at something next to me. What the fuck? That's messed up. Alright, let's go though, girl. Let's fucking go, girl. Vanara! Draco! Is that you? What do I do? Okay. Fuck! Why is it escape room? Fuck. No. Wait. Okay. 179-05. What? Okay. Wait. Eliza, what the fuck am I doing? Can I have a clue? Where's the game master? You don't need to tell me everything. I'm just like trying to. So like, do I have to turn it to like the smaller number, or like is there something else I'm supposed to be doing? Yeah. $4.53. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay. Right, stop being a cringe compilation. Alright, okay. Wait, I still want to see him, Loki. Oh! He looks the same. That's scarier. Why is his hair moving? That's weird. Weird. Did I take too long? Oh. Question 1. Vanara, here you are. Okay, alright. Fuck! Let's quickly load. Load. I'm not taking that, so let's go. I don't know, is this like an actual quiz or like just why he wants to hear? There's like a difference. I know you spent all your youth. I'm good, bro. I'm not reading this. It was your fate to become an Asgard. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. What he doesn't want to hear? Okay. Vanara! Oh, okay. Oh shit, that's not red. Fuck! What? Room 2, okay. A flashlight. Kind of high-tech wristband. Right. Highest to lowest. Wait, we're probably safe. Chaser. Nine. Infill. Seven. Janitor. He's part of this too? 10. Okay, amazing. Inspector. Inspe. Eight. Okay, thanks, guys. It's... Which one's which, though? Wait, how do I... Wait, what's the... how do the symbols? Well, how do I know which ones are the symbols? Oh, okay. This is what this is for. Bear. Nope. Gun. Maybe that one? Wristband. Flashlight? Okay. You. Janitor. What did I expect? What else? I'm just gonna guess. Bear. I just really like the bear. I clicked this one already. Really? Why the fucking flashlight? I got most of it already. It's okay. I have a pretty good guess. And yeah. Bonk. Why? I'd prefer a magnifying glass. It would be funny. Okay, bonk. Yes. What am I? Good morning, bitch. Don't question me. I'm gaming. The unbearable torture of my body being crushed. The agonizing pain of my blood being drained. You should play this game. This is the finale, by the way. Close your eyes. I remember everything, Venora. I remember it all. And I will never forgive the Myers Corporation. Oh, look, his neck is extended. Oh, his neck is detached like me. Oh no, I already knew he was there to kill people. I'm not worried. As long as I'm safe. Myers scum. Okay, sure, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. Yeah. Fuck! Maybe I should have saved after I finished the puzzle. Fuck me. Am I dead yet? Stop having fun in my chat. I am dying. Stop having fun. I'm dead. Stop having fun. I'm dead. Wait, I just lived over it. I'm fucking stupid. Alright, let's fucking go. You're a bitch, Vincent. Oh, quick save? Fuck. Blah. Load. Q. Oh no, Eliza, I don't have anything for quick save. It's okay, I can just call Vincent a bitch. Lamau! Escape, 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 escape. Stop having fun in my chat! I'm dying right now. Okay. There's it. I already know. Save. Not in quick save. What page I was? There. Return. I didn't do shit. Right. I will be saving at every point. Yes, Vincent. I already saved. Look. Right. Page. Yes, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. Vincent. Yes. Vincent, stop extending. I'm about to call your husband. Reporting you. As long as I still have... Oh, okay. Fuck. Actually the save button is at the bottom. Let me just reload. Load. Why didn't that save? You hate me. Okay. 3, just this one. Okay, come on. Come on, Vincent. Hurry up. Do I have to go through his monologue? What's the skip button? What's the skip button? I don't remember. Okay, Pez fucking... Pez looking ass. Give me a second. Vincent, I'm back. Alright. Yes, Vincent. Sure, Vincent. Uh-huh. Right, escape this bitch. Hey yo, this is such nice animation. Does that count? No. Alright. Fucking hate me, bitch. Eight, 17. Draco is like doing the most. 8, 17. Okay. More numbers. 8, 17. 5. What is it? Okay. 3 and 11. Why is there a Sudoku board in my house? Alright. Wait, is there more? Hold on. 3, 11, 8, 17, 5. Huh? 3, 1, 6. What? Why is there Sudoku in my house? What the fuck? 17. 11. 4? Is the answer this one? Oh wait. Hello? Wait, what? What? What am I doing here? Three, 1, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1. Five, 6. I don't. What? Okay, we're balling. This isn't right. Wait, what am I meant to be doing? I feel like I'm insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. Surely not, right? It did say add, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not yellow, not white though. What? What? Huh? Okay. Give me a sec. Oh. Do I only need to use those ones? Okay. Alright, what was it? This one. This one. And then this one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, two, three, 4, 5. I feel like I counted that wrong. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Are you sure? Okay. Alright, what else do I do? Huh? What? Fuck. 23, Sunny, Victor. Memories? Wait, what is this? Wait, I have to change the time. What? Let me read that again. Okay. Victor. Carrier. That thing. Huh? Alright. I think all my brain cells are going. Is this right? I don't even know what I'm doing. Martini? Okay. Alright. Boink. Ah! Hi, Vincent. Oh, he's rapidly falling apart. Save. Shut up, Vincent. Give me a second. It's okay. It's true, you can't change what's already happened. Oh. Oh my god. That's their son? Oh, holy shit. I thought this suit was for also Vincent, but okay. That's why I chose it. I didn't think it was Draco. Not gonna lie, I forgot it. I forgot about him for a second because of the puzzles. What the fuck? It's more fucked up. You threw. You tore that photo apart. What the fuck, bro? You better fucking hope that Victor has a copy. Vincent wanted to charge at me, but as he tried to do so, his crumbling body made him collapse to the ground. Well, Vincent... I walked up to Vincent, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. I know, right? Since your wish is simply unattainable, could you do me a favor then? I lifted... Oh. Please give up your futile efforts and disappear from this earth. You just widowed Victor, what the hell? Venora, no, stop! No! Oh, Venora, this is so cringe right now. Venora, you're being so cringe right now. He's dead. Ugh. Draco! No, I'm sorry. What? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, we're stopping there. Fuck you. No. No. No, no, no. Die. It is 7 a.m. It's gone. No. I'm not dealing with that. He was my favorite character, okay? Listen. Eliza. Eliza. Where's chat? What the fuck? Where's chat? Here's chat. Here we go. Elijah. Hold on, that's too big. Hold on. Give me a second. Like up down here. Hold on. Listen. I'm gonna lose my shit. And not a good way. Nah. /J, I'm gonna reopen the game in a second. Just give me a sec. It just has to reopen. Give me a sec. Mom. Skip ad. Skip ad. Skip ad. Alright. Pop up, bro. Ow. Alright. Can he turn to the side again? I don't like him facing me. I'm trying to click through it as soon as possible. I'm going through it. Look. I hope Draco kills Venora after this. Deserved, honestly. Wait, fuck! It's restarted. Shit. Load. Nope, load. Where's my last load? There you go. I don't care. Girl, get a fucking backbone. Bump. Womp. Cringe compilation. Kill her. How long has it been on hiatus? How long? He liked the bedroom. Vincent's root sucks. I'm not okay. I can float in my own room if I want. It's a very good story. I'm just upset by the ending right now. Well, I won't know, will I? For a while. Clearly unstable. Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright, give me a second. Bonk. I've come closer. Sorry, I'm adjusting the fucking reset transform. Alright. I am Sag. I'm also extra Sag that this background isn't cooperating with me. Alright. Thank you. Okay. It was a very good story. Thank you, Eliza, for recommending it. I would say some nice words about it, but I'm currently too upset. My boy! You set me up. You set me the fuck up. No, you didn't. Actually, you didn't. That fucking quiz set me the fuck up. He was already gonna be like, okay, my new favorite boy. I got him on that fucking quiz, and I was like, yippee! He seems like a nice boy. Where's chat is on the screen. That's good. At least one thing is working out. Where's the box? Here you go. Here you go, chat. Go in the fucking box. Play it. You don't have the emotional attachment yet. You should form it. I'm not getting therapy. No, I'm not. You're not making me go through therapy. Not even with Albert. No, I'm not going. Not going to get therapy. I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Okay? Maybe next month. Next month is like in a few days. No, I'm not getting therapy with fucking, what is his fucking name? Albert Kruger? Is my, oh fuck, I forgot to put on the BGM. Alright, here you go. Yeah, also technically next year. Oh fuck, I just remembered. Hold on. Give me a second. I didn't actually end up posting it. But where's my schedule? I already had the draft set up. I just didn't post it. Where's my JP keyboard? Oh, I don't have it. Wait, I'll post it later then. I have to sleep, guys. I have to go out today. I'm gonna buy shoes. I will head out for now. See you tomorrow, where I will hopefully have more positive words about which is some worm you later. Bye. I'm not even on OBS. What am I saying? Hold on, give me a second. Cecilia, go. Alright. Have a nice day. Have a nice work, Alex, if you're going to work. Have a nice afternoon for Zoob. Eliza, it's like almost afternoon for you, isn't it? Have a nice afternoon or day. Oh fuck, bro, you wanna... I'll message you like later when I wake up, maybe. Alright, bye-bye!